Chapter 2874. It turned out that as long as they had a strong will and were not disturbed by external factors, they could break through their limits. However, they had let go of such an opportunity. Lung Hua was originally a cultivator who had just entered the nascent soul stage. Compared to them, who were at the peak of the nascent soul stage, he was still weak. However, once he advanced, he would break through to the fairy realm. His strength would be above them. When they thought of this, they could not help but have the urge to try again. This was not because they were jealous of his strength, but because they hoped that they could rely on themselves to advance and enter the fairy realm. In the future, when they went to another world, they could be of help to their master. With a thought, they looked at Xianyuan Mose, who was sitting at the side, and asked, "Yama Lord, can we go up and try again?" When he heard this, Xianyuan Mose turned to look at them. "It's not suitable. If you go up again, you won't advance like Lung Hua. Instead, you'll be suppressed by the pressure." But Luo Yu wanted to say something more, but he was interrupted by Du Fan. "We understand." As Du Fan spoke, he pressed on Luo Yu's shoulder and said, "It's not suitable. The first 100 steps train one state of mind. We missed the opportunity, and we can't go up again in a short period of time. Moreover, if we blindly try to be like Lung Hua, I'm afraid we will be injured. When that happens, we will definitely become a burden to our master." When he heard this, Luo Yu stopped thinking and did not say anything else. They were not Lung Hua. What Lung Hua could do, they might not be able to do. Even if Lung Hua did not look very outstanding, they had to admit that he was more outstanding than them. At this moment, the second bolt of lightning fell from the sky. Feng Jiu retreated to the side and watched. She watched as Lung Hua endured the tempering of the second bolt of lightning and worked hard to enter the fairy realm. She smiled from the bottom of her heart. He was worthy of being the person she had chosen. His temperament was indeed extraordinary. One had to know that Lung Hua's cultivation was slower than others. He couldn't even cultivate in the past, but now his progress was faster than others. She watched as he sat there cross-legged, controlling his spiritual power to circulate in his dantian, waiting for the third bolt of heavenly thunder to strike. Thus, she walked down to where Lung Shuang and the others were. They didn't know how long it would take for Lung Hua to advance. They wanted to see how far Lung Hua and the others could go. Therefore, she walked to their side and observed them unhurriedly from behind to see where their limits were. At the bottom of the Immortal Ascension stairs, the cultivators were dumbfounded. The pressure on the Immortal Ascension stairs is so strong. How can that woman in red walk up and down so freely? Some of the cultivators who had seen Feng Jiu before whispered, "You don't know. Last time, this woman came here. She seemed to have reached the top, but for some reason, she came back down. Don't look down on her, because she's a woman. Her power is unfathomable. I think she's stronger than all the cultivators here." Hearing this, the cultivators were shocked. They couldn't help but whisper among themselves. Their gazes fell on the Immortal Ascension stairs. This time, 2 men and 2 women went up. The 2 women were extremely beautiful, but they didn't seem to be very powerful. How far could they go? Chapter 2875. Only then did they feel the pressure grow heavier. It felt like a mountain was pressing down on them, making it hard for them to breathe. They could not even take a single step forward. Bai Qingqing's face grew paler as she walked. She suddenly drew her sword and slashed at her surroundings. "I'm going to kill all of you. I'm going to kill all of you." She screamed at the top of her lungs. Her eyes were bloodshot as if she had been possessed. Her voice was filled with hatred and grief. At this moment, in front of her, what she saw was an illusion from the stairway of immortality. She saw her entire clan being annihilated. Those black-robed men were killing her clansmen. She saw her parents lying on the ground, covered in blood. She rushed forward, waving her sword and slashing wildly in an attempt to kill those black-robed men. Behind her, Feng Jiu saw her waving her sword and screaming wildly. He knew that she had been bewitched. He glanced at the people in front of him. Seeing that they were not affected, he rushed forward, knocked her unconscious, and sent her down. Catch! She directly sent her down the Immortal Ascension stairs and gestured for Luo Yu and the others below to catch her. Luo Yu and Du Fan rushed forward to catch her. They quickly carried the unconscious by Qing Cheng to Fan Lin. "Quick, check on her. How is she?" Fan Lin checked her and said with a serious expression, "Her mind is in a mess. The blood in her body is flowing in the opposite direction. Fortunately, she was sent down by Master. Otherwise, she would have been in grave danger." Hearing this, the two of them were shocked. She was so powerful. If they had not come down, would they have been in the same state as her? On the immortal ascension stairs, Lung Shuang, Hui Lang, and Ying Yi were walking at about the same pace. They had already reached more than 70 steps. Luo Yu and the others below could not help but stare at them. These guys, how are they so much stronger than us? It had to be said that he felt it was unfair when he saw this. As the 8 captains of the Phoenix Guard, there is no need to mention their strength, yet in the end, they were actually inferior to Lung Shuang and Lung Hua. What's more, even Hui Lang, who is usually quiet, had a stronger temperament than them. This was simply too much a blow to them. Fan Lin looked at the people on the ladder of immortality and said, "Lung Shuang will follow Master." Needless to say, Ying Yi is the head of the Yama Lord Shadow Guards. His temperament is extraordinary. The only surprising one is Hui Lang. He usually doesn't seem very reliable, but I didn't expect him to be so determined. Among the 3 of us, Fan Lin, you specialize in medicine and alchemy, so your weakness is one thing. However, if Luo, you and I are weak, then it's a little inexcusable. Looks like we'll have to work harder in the future. Du Fan sighed softly. "That's right. I must double my cultivation. Otherwise, I'll really be left behind." Luo Yu nodded in agreement. At this moment, the 3 of them simultaneously reached the 98th step. They stopped and felt a surge of spiritual energy in their bodies. Calming themselves down, they turned around and saw Fengju not far behind them. "Master, I feel like I'm about to break through," Lung Shuang said. His cold voice contained a hint of excitement. "I feel like I'm about to break through too. The energy in my Dantian is already surging," Hui Lang said, touching his Dantian. Chapter 2876. After taking another 5 steps, he could no longer take another step. Only then did he stop. At this time, the spiritual energy in his body surged. The powerful spiritual energy converged into a stream and rushed towards his Dantian. "Quickly sit down and guide your spiritual energy." Fengjiu's voice directly entered his mind, causing him to suddenly wake up from his stupor. Almost instinctively, he did as he was told. At the same time, Lung Shuang and Hui Lang also sat down cross-legged and prepared to advance. Seeing this, Fengjiu took a deep breath and slowly exhaled. He retreated to the side and watched them. Could it be that those people are also going to advance? What kind of freaks are they? They don't look strong, but they actually reached the 100th step? The cultivators below widened their eyes. They could no longer see the figures of those people beyond the 100th step. However, they did not see them coming down. Furthermore, there was a strange phenomenon in the sky. They knew that those people were definitely about to advance. Looking at the scene above, Xinyuan Mose glanced in a certain direction and said to Luo Yu and Du Fan, "Go and replace Wei Feng and Gu Mo." Hearing this, they finally remembered that they had not seen the 2 of them since a while ago. Hence, Luo Yu asked, "Yama Lord, what are the 2 of them doing over there?" Ajio asked them to cook some porridge for Hao. Looking at the time, it should be almost done. "Go and take a look. If it's done, scoop a bowl of porridge for me," Xinyuan Mo said. "Okay," the 2 of them replied and quickly walked towards where they came from. There was a large empty space around them. However, they were not in this empty space. Instead, they were under a tree not far away. When they arrived, Luo Yu and Du Fan saw the 2 of them looking at the immortal ascension stairs under the tree. When they saw them coming over, they smiled. "You're here? Little master, are you hungry? The porridge is almost done." As Wei Feng spoke, he turned around and added some firewood. "Wei Feng, Guimo, you've seen it too, right?" Luo Yu looked at the 2 of them as he spoke. His eyes burned with excitement. "I saw it. You, Fan Lin, and Du Fan came down after about 70 steps. The 2 said mockingly, looking at the two people in front of them. We sigh, we regret it so much now. If we had known earlier, we would have clenched our teeth and climbed those 100 steps. Look at them. They're all stronger than us. We want to go up and try again, but the Yama Lord said that it would be useless for us to go up again. At this point, Luo Yu sighed and said, "By the way, the Yama Lord wants you to go over. He probably wants you to go up and try. You have to listen to us. Although the master should act according to his ability, when you go up, it's best not to think that you have reached your limit. Otherwise, you will end up like us." When they heard this, the two of them smiled. "We know. Also, you have to go up the Immortal Ascension stairs like this." They repeated what Fengjiu had said to them. Finally, they said, "Go on. Let's just watch the fire." Okay. The two of them nodded and walked forward. When they reached there, they bowed to Xianyuan Mo's. "Yama Lord, you guys go up and take a walk too." Xianyuan Mo's gestured for them to go up the Immortal Ascension stairs. Chapter 2877. When they saw another two men with extraordinary auras walking towards the Immortal Ascension stairs, the crowd looked at them strangely and whispered among themselves, "Why are there two more of them? Didn't they all go up just now?" These two people seemed to be in the same group as those who went up before. Yes, it seems so. Just now, they went to the black-robed man with the child before going up the Immortal Ascension stairs. This group of people is really strange. There are both men and women, and even a child. They look very weak, but all of them are extremely strong. Others who went up the Immortal Ascension stairs were pushed down by the pressure, or they came down with their tails between their legs. However, all of them advanced up the stairs. I really don't know what kind of luck they have. Hey, where do you think these two people will go? It's hard to say. They're all in the same group. Maybe they went up to the 100th step. Yes, that's not impossible. As everyone discussed, their gazes followed the two people who walked up the stairs. They saw one of the men step on the Immortal Ascension stairs, and his foot directly passed through the Immortal Ascension stairs. He stepped into the air, and his entire body swayed forward. The corners of their mouths twitched. Did this person come here to play? That was the Immortal Ascension stairs. One had to use spiritual power to control the body's balance to walk up the stairs. How could he not step into the air? At this moment, Wei Feng patted his chest and lightly exhaled. "Phew, you really gave me a fright. This is really condensed from clouds. Okay, let's go. Let's go up and take a look." As Guillermo spoke, he took the lead and walked up. Seeing this, Wei Feng also adjusted his spiritual power and walked up. Fengjiu saw the two of them come up from the top and smiled. He walked down and came to their side. "Just do your best. There's no need to force yourself." "Yes, master," the two of them replied. However, in their hearts, they were thinking that no matter what, they had to reach the 100th step. Otherwise, how could they, the captains of the Phoenix Guards, raise their heads in front of them in the future? Fengjiu didn't know what they were thinking. He just watched them walk up. As time passed, their clothes were drenched in sweat. Their faces were slightly ugly, and their breathing seemed to be unstable. At this time, they had already reached the 93rd step. She wanted to tell them not to force it, but when she saw the determination in their eyes, she swallowed her words. They were all young people, so how could they not want to compete? In particular, Leng Hua, Leng Shuang, Hui Lang, and the others were all above the 100th step. They were the captains of the Phoenix Guards, and they were by her side. Luo Yu and Fan Lin could no longer reach the 100th step to break through, so they naturally wanted to fight for their dignity. She sighed in her heart and did not say anything else. She only watched quietly until they crossed the threshold of the 100th step. A trace of blood flowed out from the corner of their mouths. The two of them quickly took out medicinal pills and consumed them. Seeing this, she was startled. Then she smiled. These two people were smart enough to know that it was time to take medicinal pills. Rumble. Thunder rumbled, and the clouds in the night sky surged. She narrowed her eyes and looked at the people sitting cross-legged on the Immortal Ascension stairs. She took a few steps back and silently watched. After watching for a while, she turned around and left. There were no other cultivators coming up here, so there was no need to worry about them being attacked. Thus, she could go down and wait for them to break through. Chapter 2878. Luo Yu, who was at the side, heard this and said faintly, "Master, Fan Lin, Du Fan, and I came here for nothing." Hearing this, Feng Jiu laughed. How could that be? She smiled at Luo Yu, who had a bitter look on his face, and said, "You guys can be considered as people who have walked the immortal ascension stairs. Your mental cultivation has also improved. In the future, when the time is right, it will naturally not be a problem for you to advance." She chuckled and continued, "What's more, the few of you have been following me all this while. Now that you've tasted the taste of setbacks, it's also very good. It's impossible for a person to live a smooth life, let alone the Tao of immortality." Hearing this, Luo Yu and Fan Lin's hearts trembled. It was as if they had been enlightened. Instantly, their bodies felt refreshed. The spiritual energy in their bodies also surged. The spiritual energy in their dantian surged like waves on a calm sea, causing their blood to boil. Feng Jiu glanced at them and raised his eyebrows. "You two, it seems that your words have made them understand. In addition to the changes in their mental state from the previous experience, they are now about to advance." Xianyuan Mose, who was carrying the child, stood up and said to Feng Jiu, "Let Tun Yun and Lao Bai stay here to protect them. Let's go over there." "Okay." Feng Jiu responded and helped the unconscious by Qingqing up. At the same time, he instructed the two contracted beasts behind him. "Guard them well. Don't let anyone plot against them." "Yes, Master," Senior White and Tun Yun replied. The originally shrunken Tun Yun stood up, and then his body trembled. With a flash of light, he recovered his majestic and terrifying super-divine beast form. On the other hand, Senior White swung his tail and walked up and down in the surroundings. Seeing that the originally unremarkable little pet had actually transformed into a majestic sacred beast, the surrounding cultivators all sucked in a mouthful of cold air and cursed in their hearts for being a freak. Having that mutated super-divine beast was already very powerful. That little pet was also a super-divine beast? What was the background of this woman in red? How could he be so abnormally strong? On the other side, when Du Fan saw them coming over, he quickly went forward to help by Qingqiang to a nearby tree to rest. Only then did he look at the two people who were breaking through not far away and asked, "Master, why have the two of them also broken through?" Feng Jiu chuckled. "When the time is right, I'll advance." Du Fan sighed. "Looks like I'm the most useless one. You have your specialties, don't worry about these things." Feng Jiu said, patting him on the shoulder, and said, "Sit down. Let's eat something together." "All right." As Du Fan spoke, he didn't go over to stand guard for them. With Senior White and Tun Yun standing guard there, it would be strange if those cultivators dared to make a move. "Master, they are all advancing up there. I wonder if they will be able to complete their advancement by tomorrow. If they can't, we won't be able to leave tomorrow, right?" "Yes, there's no hurry. We're already here. Let them rest after they break through before we leave." As Feng Jiu spoke, he looked at Hao who was playing with Xianyuan Moses' clothes. He smiled and said, "You must be tired after carrying him for so long. Let me carry you." "No need. You should eat something first," Xianyuan Mose said, letting her eat something first. Hearing this, Feng Jiu thought for a while and nodded. "All right." Chapter 2879. Feng Jiu and the rest looked over and saw a 7-colored rainbow appear in the sky. The birds in the forest flapped their wings and flew around the rainbow, chirping. When they listened carefully, they could faintly hear celestial music coming from the clouds and into the ears of the people below. "Celestial music! This is celestial music!" someone exclaimed, looking at the scene in the sky in disbelief. Even though they had been cultivating for many years, they rarely saw such a scene. Bai Qingqiang, who was unconscious, fluttered her eyelashes. The sound she heard echoed in her mind. Even though her eyelids felt heavy, she tried to open them to take a look. She supported herself on the ground and sat up. Although her head hurt when she saw the scene in the sky, she could not help but be stunned. Who is breaking through?" When Du Fan saw that she was awake, he smiled and said, "You're awake. Other than the two of us, everyone else is breaking through. Look, the celestial music is coming from the clouds because of their breakthroughs, and the seven-color rainbow as well. Other than the two of us. Bai Qingsheng was stunned, her face pale. I don't remember what happened. Your inner demon was triggered by the illusion, causing your blood to flow in the opposite direction. You'll be fine after a good rest. Don't worry, Feng Jiu turned around and said. Master, Bai Qingsheng called out. She seemed to want to say something, but she did not know where to start. On the other side, as time passed, the rainbow in the sky gradually dissipated. The first to descend was Lung Hua, followed by Lung Shuang and the rest. When they reached the ground, Luo Yu and Fan Lin also broke through the threshold and successfully entered the fairy realm. The people around them looked on with envy. They had relied on their own strength to break through, unlike those cultivators who had taken elixirs to break through and their strength would forever remain stagnant. The cultivators in front of them still had a long way to go. Master, Yama Lord, Master, Ghost Doctor. They called out in unison. Lung Hua and the others always called out to their master first, followed by Xinyuan Mos. Hui Lang and Ying naturally called out to their master first, followed by Feng Jiu. We have entered the fairy realm, they exclaimed excitedly. Congratulations, Feng Jiu said with a smile. Seeing how happy they were, he gave each of them a pill. This pill can help you stabilize your Dantian quickly. Many thanks, Master. They were overjoyed. After receiving the pills, they hurriedly took them and adjusted their breathing. Many thanks, Ghost Doctor. Ying Yi and Hui Lang also cupped their fists in thanks before sitting down to adjust their breathing. Du Fan, prepare some food. We need to celebrate today, Feng Jiu ordered. All right, I will go into the forest to hunt some wild animals, Du Fan said with a smile. Just as he was about to leave, Tunyan leaped up and followed him. I will go and pick up some branches, Bai Qingsheng said as she stood up as well. Is your body all right? Feng Jiu asked. Master, don't worry. I am fine now, she said. Hearing this, Feng Jiu nodded and let Lao Bai and Fire Phoenix follow him. The group of them roasted some wild animals to celebrate. After they had adjusted their breathing and stabilized their strength, Xinyuan Mos took out some wine and said, since it is a celebration, we must have wine. Hui Lang, pour some wine for everyone. Chapter 2880. What if we get drunk here? Luo Yu was a little distressed. It's rare for us to be so happy today. I'm sure we'll get drunk. Ha ha, it's not the wine that gets you drunk, but you get yourself drunk. If you're afraid of getting drunk, drink less. Wei Feng patted his shoulder and said, it's all right, drink up. I prepared some hangover pills. Fan Lin said as he took out a bottle and gave each of them a pill. After eating this, you won't get drunk no matter how much you drink. Haha, this is good. Du Fan took the pill and ate it. Come, let's drink. Feng Jiu saw that they were so happy and drank with them. When he saw that Lung Hua and Bai Qingsheng had only filled half a bowl, he said, it's all right, drink up. This is spiritual wine. The spiritual energy can nourish your muscles and veins. Yes. The two of them answered and took a sip of the wine. Let's all eat some roasted meat. Lung Hua used his knife to cut off a piece of meat and wrapped it in a leaf before handing it to them. The group of people celebrated, eating and drinking. The surrounding cultivators couldn't help but swallow their saliva. Someone said, it smells so good. How can they roast meat that smells so good? That's right. We roasted it ourselves, but it didn't smell like that. Look at them. How many people are there? They're all breaking through to the next level. I'm so jealous. Ha ha ha. That's because they're all talented. There's no point in being jealous. Damn it. I don't believe it. I'm going to try the Immortal Ascension stairs too. What if I can break through to the next level? As a result, many cultivators were provoked and tried to climb up the Immortal Ascension stairs. However, not long after, some of them came down with pale faces. Some of them were forced down by the pressure of the Immortal Ascension stairs. The cultivators who were pushed down by the Immortal Ascension stairs fell heavily to the ground. Their muscles and veins were broken, and their cultivators were crippled. Everyone who saw them sighed. Grey Wolf and the others were eating meat as they watched. They said, look. This Immortal Ascension staircase is really not something that ordinary people can climb. Those of us who can ascend beyond the 100th step are really blessed by the heavens. Not bad. Feng Jiu nodded. Generally speaking, cultivators above the 100th step might not be able to advance. It's your fortune that you were able to advance above the 100th step. Master, when are we leaving? How do we leave then? Luo Yu asked curiously. Even if they went up, they would only be able to reach the 100th step. They would not be able to go any further. But at that time, how would their master lead them up the immortal ascension stairs? Feng Jiu chuckled. You don't need to know. Naturally, the secret of the space cannot be revealed to them. Even if he wanted to bring them up, they would have to enter the space while unconscious. On this day, they ate and drank to their heart's content and rested until the next morning. Feng Jiu and Xianyuan Mose led them out of this place and into the forest. Seeing them leave, the cultivators thought that they should have left. But they were curious. Why didn't the black-robed man go up? And that woman in red? Seeing how she was able to climb up the immortal ascension stairs, it should not be a problem for her to go up. Why was she only protecting those people? Chapter 2881. Some people thought that they hadn't woken up and were seeing things. Thus, they rubbed their eyes and sat up to take a look. It really was those two people. The man in the black robe with a cold face like an iceberg, and the beautiful woman in the red dress. The only difference was that these two people were still the same as before. However, the woman in red today was dressed as a man. She was still wearing red robes, but she exuded a different aura. If this woman was said to be enchanting and beautiful when she was wearing a red dress, then when she was dressed as a man, she was wanton and evil. That evil charm and unparalleled temperament gave people a feeling that it was difficult to distinguish between a man and a woman. If they had not seen her in a woman's dress before, they would have really thought that the person in front of them was a man at this moment. Furthermore, the people who had been with them and their contracted beasts had all disappeared. Even the child in their arms had disappeared. They thought that perhaps after sending those people away, the two of them wanted to try the immortal ascension staircase again. In front of the immortal ascension staircase, Xianyuan Mose held Feng Jiu's hand. He looked at her and asked softly in a magnetic voice, "Are you ready?" Feng Jiu replied and smiled. She had already prepared herself for a new and unfamiliar environment. Even though it was unfamiliar, with him by her side, she had nothing to fear. They held hands and walked up the immortal ascension staircase. Their steps were calm and unhurried. Every step they took was filled with confidence. It was as if they were not walking up the immortal ascension staircase, nor were they walking down the immortal ascension staircase to another world. It was as if they were taking a stroll in their own backyard. The two of them walked up the immortal ascension staircase together. They did not know how long they had been walking up the immortal ascension staircase. They only knew that they were getting closer and closer to the top. Feng Jiu had been here before, and it was easy for him. As for Xianyuan Mose, although it was his first time, he did not feel any pressure. However, unlike Feng Jiu, he did not ascend the immortal ascension staircase to the next level. It was only when the two of them reached the top of the staircase that they stopped and looked at each other. This is the profound light gate. After passing through here, it will be another world. Feng Jiu looked at Xianyuan Mose and said, "The last time I came here, I heard a few old monsters talking over there. It should be an expert from that side." Xianyuan Mose said, "I wonder where we will appear after we pass through this place." She was a little curious. What kind of place would appear after this step? When Imo Chun walked here, where did he appear? He had gone there alone. So where could he be now? "No matter where we are, I will be by your side." He held her hand tightly and said, "Don't worry, let's go." She replied, and held his hand tightly as they walked forward. The two of them took the last step and walked into the profound light gate. They felt a force sucking them in. Light flashed in front of them, and they suddenly felt dizzy. Chapter 2882. When he saw this, his deep black eyes couldn't help but flash. A trace of surprise flashed across his eyes. He whispered to Feng Jiu, who was in his arms, "Jiu, we seem to have arrived at someone else's sect." Feng Jiu poked her head out of his arms and looked around. When she saw this, she was stunned. "It's so lively. Don't tell me we've bumped into their annual competition?" Below them, a sea of people had gathered. It seemed like there was more than one sect, because everyone was wearing the same color robes. On the high platform in the middle, the two people fighting on the high platform were also stunned by the sudden appearance of the crowd and stopped fighting. At this time, the people below were a little dumbfounded. Several of them were participating in the annual competition. Suddenly, a dazzling light flashed in the sky. A vortex appeared, and a black figure suddenly appeared in their line of sight. However, when they focused their eyes, they saw a red figure poke her head out from the black figure's arms. When they looked closely, they saw that it was a man in a black robe who was holding a red-robed young man. In broad daylight, two men hugging each other appeared in front of everyone's eyes. This scene almost stunned everyone below. They had only seen a man hugging a woman, but they had never seen a man hugging a man. Where did these two come from? They couldn't have come down from the immortal ascension stairs, right? If they came down from the immortal ascension stairs, why would they be hugging each other? And they're both men? Could it be that people from the other side like this? Hey, look, that man in the black robe looks very, how should I describe it? A man on the side continued. The man in the black robe has a sharp aura. He exudes a powerful pressure and a noble aura. His face is handsome, but it doesn't lose its coldness. Without mentioning anything else, just his appearance alone is enough to surpass Dongfeng Qianjue, the leader of the 10 heavens favorites of the 4 major celestial sects. I didn't think that a place like that could give birth to someone who is comparable to a god. At that moment, the eyes of the venerables from the various sects flickered when they saw the two people who suddenly appeared. In particular, the eyes of a few of them lit up when they saw the beautiful face that peeked out from the black-robed man's arms. It's her, the little girl that they had taken a fancy to this time. It was also at this moment that Xianyuan Mose landed steadily on the stage with Feng Jiu in tow. After he steadied himself, he let go of Feng Jiu's waist and released her from his embrace. What's wrong? Are you okay? He ignored the people around him and lowered his head to ask Feng Jiu who was in his arms. I'm fine. Feng Jiu blinked as she looked at the people around her. At the same time, she walked out of Xianyuan Mose's arms. I'm so sorry. We seem to have disturbed you, Feng Jiu said apologetically. She cupped her hands at the two people on the stage. At this moment, the people saw that the young man hiding in the black-robed man's arms was an extremely handsome young man. The young man was wearing a dazzling red robe. His black hair was tied up and draped behind his back. His clear eyes were smiling, and the corners of his lips were slightly curled, revealing a devilish smile. His actions were carefree and casual. He looked just like a young master from a wealthy family. They couldn't help but be stunned. Chapter 2883. Ah! A hearty and excited laugh broke the strange atmosphere. A middle-aged man dressed in loose robes stood up and looked at Feng Jiu. Aren't you Feng Jiu? I've been waiting for you for a long time. What do you mean you've been waiting for her for a long time? I'm the one who made the decision to take her in. An old monster dressed in white robes who looked like a 7- or 8-year-old child spoke up. He smiled and squinted his eyes as he stared at Feng Jiu and waved his hand. It's me. Do you recognize my voice? Feng Jiu, I was the one who insisted on opening the stairway to immortality. So, for you to be able to come here, it must have something to do with me. You can ignore the rest of them. A beautiful woman said as she stared at Feng Jiu. The more she looked at him, the more she liked him. Who would have thought that this little girl would be so stunning when she was dressed as a woman? But when she was dressed as a man, she was still so mesmerizing. Her eyes were fixed on Feng Jiu, and she ignored Xianyuan Mose who was standing next to Feng Jiu. She was completely focused on Feng Jiu. What do you mean by insisting on it? We were the ones who suggested it. An old man next to her said, unhappily. That's right. We've already agreed that if she wants to go, she can choose for herself. The old monster who looked like a child said. His old voice suddenly changed, and he spoke to Feng Jiu innocently. You can choose me. I'm good. I'm better than all of them. If you become my disciple, I guarantee that you'll always be a child. Puffed. If she's like you, then she'll be miserable. She won't be able to grow up. You're an old monster, but you still look like a child. Isn't that disgusting? Even now, you're still thinking of harming others? The beautiful woman next to her sneered and mocked her mercilessly. Am I as disgusting as you? You're obviously an old witch, yet you still act like a young girl. You dress up all day long. What do you think you're doing? You don't have the demeanor of a venerable at all. I'll be miserable if I follow you. What are you talking about, you old bastard? What's wrong with calling you an old witch? You old bastard. Seeing the two of them quarreling there, the surrounding people were dumbfounded. What the hell is going on? Why would two venerables suddenly quarrel in front of so many people? Also, did they know this red-clothed youth? Why were they all fighting for him to become their disciple? Xianyuan Mose looked at the scene in front of him and asked, "Are these the people you mentioned last time? Why do they look so strange?" However, it was undeniable that the strength of these people was unfathomable. "I haven't seen them before, but it sounds like them." As she spoke, she saw them quarreling there. So she looked at them and asked, "Venerable ones, may I ask something?" As soon as she spoke, the two of them stopped quarreling and turned to look at Fengjiu at the same time. They smiled amiably. "Fengjiu, what do you want to ask? Ask away, ask away." Seeing this, the crowd below could not help but be stunned. Were these still the two cold-faced venerable ones that they knew? Why did it seem like they were being treated differently? Chapter 2884. Fengjiu smiled when he saw the two of them and said, "I want to ask, where is this place? If we want to leave, which direction should we go?" The childlike supremacy widened his eyes when he heard that. "Leave? You want to leave? If you're already here, just stay. Why are you leaving?" "That's right. Just stay and become my disciple. You can choose any cave abode you want to stay in," the beautiful woman said. When Xianyuan Mo saw this, he said, "We can talk about leaving or staying later. Right now, it's not suitable for us to stay on this stage. If we continue to talk, the competition on this stage will not be able to continue." The two of them regained their senses when they heard this. That's right. The competition is still going on. They turned around and saw the four sect leaders looking in their direction. They smiled and said, "That's true. Come, follow us. Don't stand on this stage and disturb their competition. Let me introduce you." As they spoke, they gestured for Xianyuan Mose and Fengjiu to follow them to their seats on the stage. They then said to the two cultivators who were still standing on the stage, "Continue." The two cultivators smiled bitterly. A good competition had been interrupted, and now they were asked to continue? Why did it feel like everyone's attention was no longer on them? How could they continue? On the other side, the two of them led Xianyuan Mose and Fengjiu to the stage where more than 10 people were seated. They smiled at Xianyuan Mose and Fengjiu and said, "These are the sect leaders of the four major immortal sects, the four immortal dukes. You're lucky to have come at the right time. For immortal dukes who usually don't show their faces are all here. Greetings, immortal dukes." Fengjiu bowed and sized up the four of them. Xianyuan Mose nodded slightly, but didn't salute. When they saw the two of them, more than 10 people's eyes flickered. A strange look flashed across their eyes. From the moment they appeared, they had been sizing them up. With their cultivations, they could naturally tell that the young man in red was actually a woman. Moreover, the two people in front of them were extremely young, but their strength was already comparable to the teachers of the Celestial Gate. This red-clothed woman, called Fengjiu, bowed to them, but there was not much respect in her eyes or in her actions. It was as if to her, bowing to them was just a form of etiquette, and not the etiquette of a junior taking a senior as a disciple. The black-robed man was cold and arrogant. One look, and one could tell that he had been in a high position for a long time. When he saw them, he only looked at them and nodded slightly. Obviously, he was a venerable who had been in a high position for a long time. He would not lower himself to do anything. Condescending? With their strength, cultivation, and age, they were definitely able to accept his bow. However, the arrogance of young people still made the four immortal dukes smile. The four of them did not take the disrespect of the two of them seriously. However, the venerables of the four sects who were sitting at the side were somewhat dissatisfied. Especially when they saw the four of them fighting over the two of them, they wanted to know what was so special about the two of them. "This is Fengjiu, this is..." The child-faced venerable looked at Xianyuan Mose and asked, "What's your name?" "Xianyuan Mose." He reported his name. "Oh, Xianyuan Mose." He nodded and said to the four immortal dukes, "This is Xianyuan Mose. These two are not bad. What do you think?" Chapter 2885. To be praised by 4 immortal monarchs and fought over by 4 venerables. I really want to know what abilities these two have to be able to receive such high praise. I think the disciples of the 4 sects below the stage have the same thoughts as me, right? The man who looked to be in his 30s stood up with his hands clasped behind his back. His voice was neither loud nor soft, but because it contained a powerful aura of spiritual energy, it clearly spread to the surroundings, allowing the disciples of the 4 sects to hear his words clearly. That's right. We really want to see what's so special about these 2 cultivators from the lower realm. That's right. Their appearance has disrupted our competition. Since that's the case, why don't we challenge them and see what abilities they have? That's right. Let's see what abilities they have. That's right. I also have the same thoughts as the venerables. Voices of different pitches came from below, and the voices grew louder and louder. Each voice carried a powerful aura of spiritual energy, causing the air in the sky to tremble slightly. Xinyuan Mose and Fengjiu narrowed their eyes and felt the changes in the aura in the air. They couldn't help but think to themselves, this is the pressure formed by the convergence of so many powerhouses. It's a pressure that can affect the air. Seeing this scene, the corners of the venerable's lips curled up slightly, revealing a trace of a smile. As for the child-faced venerables, the beautiful venerables, and the other 2 people, when they saw this scene, they frowned slightly, feeling that this was a bit inappropriate. Fengjiu raised his eyebrows at this scene and said to Xinyuan Mose beside him, "Why do I feel like these people want to bully us?" Xinyuan Mose reached out and put his arm around her shoulder, saying, "Don't worry, I'm here." His deep black eyes were like 2 cold rays of light as they shot towards the man who started this matter. The venerables looked towards Xinyuan Mose, but unexpectedly met his icy gaze. In that instant, his entire body couldn't help but shiver, and he couldn't help but take a step back. After realizing this, he glared at Xinyuan Mose with some embarrassment and anger. He walked up to him and said, "Xinyuan Mose, do you dare to accept my disciple's challenge?" Hearing this, Fengjiu smiled and asked, "Why should we accept your challenge?" That's right. Just ignore him." The child-faced venerable one continued, "Let's go. I'll bring you guys to rest. We'll talk about the rest later." "Wait!" The venerable one shouted in a deep voice as he stood in front of Fengjiu and Xinyuan Mose. He glanced at the 2 of them before he looked at the venerable one with a child's face and said, "Venerable Lingmu, they've disrupted the competition of the 4 sections. It doesn't seem right to let them off just like that, right?" Xinyuan Mose glanced at that person and said in a deep and cold voice, "Since you want to compete, why don't you be my opponent?" As soon as he said this, the surrounding people were in an uproar and gasped. They only felt that Xinyuan Mose was too arrogant. That was a venerable one of the sects, not a disciple. How weak could a venerable one be? He actually wanted that venerable one to be his opponent? Was he not courting death? Chapter 2886. You're courting death. The honorable one's face darkened when he heard that. He was a dignified honorable one, and even if he won, it would not be honorable. However, this Xinyuan Mose dared to call himself a lord in front of him, and even dared to challenge him? How presumptuous! Since you don't dare, then get lost. Xinyuan Mose flicked his sleeve, and a wave of pressure that could be seen with the naked eye rolled out. It caught the honorable one off guard and pushed it back a few meters. Seeing this, the crowd below could not help but widen their eyes and exclaim, "No way." The honorable one flew into a rage out of humiliation. He glared at Xinyuan Mose with red eyes. "Since you're courting death, I'll grant you your wish." As soon as he finished speaking, his figure flashed forward. His powerful spiritual aura surged, forming a sharp airflow that followed his movements and attacked Xinyuan Mose. "Wait at the side." Xinyuan Mose reached out his hand and sent Fengjiu to a safe place. With a flick of his black robe, he blocked the airflow that was attacking him. At the same time, his spiritual aura and pressure also surged out from his body. He used his hand as a palm and his spiritual power as a sword. His black figure flashed like a ghost. When he avoided the honorable one's attack, he also changed from defense to offense. Every move was sharp and fierce. The Honorable One's strength was also at the heavenly god realm. After the exchange of blows, he realized that Xianyuan Mo's strength was very strong. At that moment, he used 100% of his strength to deal with him. Every move he made was a sure kill move, and there was no room for mercy. Fengjiu watched from the side. Her clear eyes narrowed slightly, and a cold light flashed across her eyes. She looked calm, but the murderous intent in her heart surged. When the 4 Honorable Ones at the side saw this, they could not help but feel anxious. No matter who was injured, it would not be easy to deal with them. If the Honorable One was injured based on his temperament, there would be no end to it. If Xianyuan Mo's was injured, the two of them would probably not be willing to stay in the sect. They just couldn't understand how things had suddenly turned out this way. Immediately, they went to where the 4 Immortal Dukes were. Immortal Dukes, it's not good to continue like this, right? What if someone is injured? It's all right. It's inevitable that someone will be injured in a spar. They'll stop. One of them stroked his beard and said with a smile, and even if we really can't hold back, us old guys will still make a move. It's a good opportunity to see the strength of these two people. It's very rare. Hearing these words, the few people knew that they would not let the two people stop. They could only wait anxiously at the side. The Honorable One, and the Immortal Dukes, and the Honorable One, del Xianyuan Moses. Xianyuan Mos. A few Dukes, the Honorable 111, Dukes S's, Dukes. Fengjiu played with the hair that fell in front of her chest. Her gaze fell on Xianyuan Mos in front of her. She slowly said, I'm not worried. She was not worried because she knew that the Honorable One's strength was not Moses' match. However, this person wanted to take Moses' life with every move. His vicious and bloodthirsty attacks displeased her. Hence, she had already thought it through. As long as he dared to hurt her Mos, she would definitely make him understand that he could not hurt anyone. When the 2 Honorable Ones heard Fengjiu's words and looked at her expression, they felt that it was a little strange. However, they could not pinpoint what was strange. However, seeing that she was still calm, they did not say anything. Instead, they continued to watch the battle in front of them. Chapter 2887. Looking at the scene in front of them, they couldn't help but widen their eyes in astonishment. That chi blade came from Xianyuan Moses' hand and slashed across the Supremacy's face. That slash left a deep gash on his face, and fresh blood spurted out, making his entire face look somewhat ferocious. That Supremacy seemed to be in disbelief and stopped for a moment. He raised his hand to touch his wounded cheek. The pain on his cheek and the blood on his hand made him want to kill someone. Xianyuan Mos, I like to see how you're going to die. His voice was gloomy, and a murderous aura surged out from his body. It was expressed in his voice, his eyes, and his actions. A bright and sharp blade appeared in his hand. He held it in a reverse grip, gritted his teeth, and changed his pace and figure to attack. The reverse grip of the blade in his hand drew out several blade shadows in an instant. His attack was mixed with a raging fighting spirit, so his speed was also increased. Xianyuan Mos remained unarmed as the other party brandished their swords. Xianyuan Mos, who originally had the upper hand in the battle, gradually fell into a disadvantageous position as the other party attacked like a madman. There were several times when the other party's swords almost stabbed him in the vital areas. Fengjiu watched from the side. His gaze moved slightly, and the evil charm on his face disappeared. What replaced it was a cold and sharp expression. The people from the 4 sects below were all stunned. They didn't make a sound. They only saw that the black-robed man called Xianyuan Mos had slashed that Supremacy's face. Such a deep wound would probably leave a scar even if it healed. What shocked them even more was that the Supremacy had actually taken out a weapon. He was actually trying to use the sword in his hand to injure Xianyuan Mos. In this way, even if he won, it wouldn't be honorable. Immortal Monarch, should we ask them to stop? If this continues, I'm afraid. A Supremacy said. He couldn't help but frown when he saw this scene. There's no hurry. Their strength is still being stimulated. Let them fight. A Immortal Monarch said and waved his hand, indicating that there was no need to say more. Feng Jiu glanced at those people and saw that they were all watching with great interest. They were treating this battle of life and death as a show. She curled her lips and sneered silently. In front of her, the sound of robes being torn was heard. Feng Jiu looked over and saw that Xian Yuan Mo's robes had been slashed. Perhaps it was because his skin wasn't injured and there wasn't any blood. At this moment, she saw that when Xian Yuan Mo's leaned forward to fight, he kicked the blade in his opponent's hand. The blade was tossed into the air and then fell on the stage. Of the supremacy's attack. The venerable one whose blade was kicked was enraged. He lunged forward in an attempt to fight in close combat, but Xian Yuan Mo's kicked him in the ribs. Even Feng Jiu, who was standing at the side, could faintly hear the sound of bones breaking. The cracking sound was extremely clear. Ah! A miserable shriek rang out as the venerable one was kicked off the stage by Xian Yuan Mo's, and he fell towards the crowd of cultivators and disciples below who were dumbfounded by what they saw. Supremacy. Chapter 2888. After the exclamations, there was a strange silence. Everyone stared at the black-robed man on the high platform as if they had seen a ghost. He actually defeated a supremacy? That was a supremacy of sect. How could a supremacy with the strength of a heavenly god lose to a cultivator from the lower realm? When did a cultivator from the lower realm become so powerful? At that moment, the immortal monarchs involuntarily stood up, their faces filled with astonishment. They had thought that the supremacy of the sect would win in the end, so they had not stopped the fight. They had even thought that the black-robed man should suffer a setback for his arrogance and pride. They had not expected that he would be slapped in the face. A supremacy of a sect had actually lost to a cultivator from the lower realm. If this were to spread, they would become a joke. Earlier, the black-robed man's speed had been so swift that they hadn't been able to stop him or lend a hand in time. They could only watch helplessly as the scene unfolded before their eyes. Feng Jiu watched with a smile, his face filled with pride. This was her man. Hers. Look at how outstanding he was. On the high platform, the handsome, godlike man in black robes stood with one hand behind his back and the other hand on his abdomen. His black robes fluttered in the wind, and he exuded an incomparably noble aura. A powerful, sharp, and intimidating pressure filled the air. After this battle, his name, Xian Yuan Mo's, and his magnificence were deeply imprinted in the minds of the tens of thousands of disciples of the four sects. Oh my goodness, he's even more powerful than Feng Jiu. Supremacy Lingmu blinked, his mouth wide open in shock. He had not expected this kid to be so powerful without making a sound. It was true that a true master did not show his true colors. Oh, he's not bad. I didn't expect you to have such good taste. This kid is not bad. The beautiful Supremacy glanced at Feng Jiu with her beautiful eyes. Feng Jiu proudly raised his chin, looking as proud as a fox. Of course, don't you know whose man he is? Since you're so powerful, I'd like to experience it for myself. Another venerable one from a sect slammed the table and flew out. He stood in the middle of the stage and stared at Xian Yuan Mo's with a sharp gaze. Do you dare to accept my challenge? Before Xian Yuan Mo's could say anything, Feng Jiu, who was always protective of his people, could not stand it. She snorted coldly and walked out. She walked up to the venerable one and said, I couldn't tell. Didn't see anything? The venerable one glanced at Feng Jiu, who was dressed as a man, and frowned slightly. A woman was dressed as a man for no reason. What a mess. Feng Jiu glanced at him and said softly, I didn't expect you to be so thick-skinned. You. The venerable one was furious. He wanted to attack, but he felt that it would be beneath his dignity to attack a woman, so he snorted coldly. How dare you? He released a powerful divine might, which suddenly enveloped Feng Jiu. It was as if he wanted to use his divine might to force her to retreat. But who would have thought that after he released his divine might, the woman in front of him still stood in front of him with the same expression as before. She raised her eyebrows and looked at him with a contemptuous gaze, which annoyed him. Chapter 2889. Feng Jiu ignored him and said to Xian Yuan Mo's, Let's go. This place isn't very good. Hearing this, everyone's mouths twitched. This place wasn't very good? This was where the immortal sects were located. So many cultivators wanted to join this sect. Yet he said it wasn't very good? Hey, don't go. Venerable Spirit would stop them with a smile. Come to my place and sit on my mountain. Once you're there, no one will dare to disrespect you. How about it? Let's go, shall we? Fengju looked at the child who was only half her waist and kept saying such words. She only felt very strange. Although she knew that this child was an old monster who was hundreds of years old, the visual impact still made her feel that this was just a child. Therefore, she smiled and said, Venerable Spirit would, right? Not bad, not bad. You actually remember my name. He was obviously very happy and looked at Fengju with a smile. It's like this. I don't plan to become a disciple of anyone, so I won't stay here for long. Moreover, I don't have a good impression of this place, she said with a smile, but there was no trace of smile in her eyes. Venerable Spirit Wood knew that the tacit consent of the immortal lords had angered her. He sighed inwardly. This little girl was only one step away from entering the profound light sect, but she didn't come over. It was obvious that she was a very casual person. It was also because they understood this point that they wanted to take him in as their disciple. But who would have thought that they would come here today to coincide with the competition between the four great sects? Now that this matter had happened, it seemed that they could not force this person to stay. Thinking of this, he nodded. Since that's the case, all right. I won't force you. When the beautiful Venerable saw this, she said, I also don't want to force you. However, Fengjiu, my place is really good. Do you really not want to reconsider? Thank you, Venerable Lord, but there's no need. She shook her head and refused. All right then. In that case, I'll send you down a mountain. The beautiful Venerable Lord said. Just as she was about to walk forward, she heard a voice. Wait. A Venerable Lord stood up and walked forward with his hands behind his back. If you leave after injuring our sect's Venerable Lord, wouldn't our immortal sect become a joke? What? Are you all trying to stop us and prevent us from leaving? Are you really the exalted lords of some celestial sect? Fengjiu glanced at the middle-aged man with a smile that was not a smile. It's very simple. You've already defeated a supremacy. As long as you accept our challenge and win against us, you can leave if you want. We won't stop you. However, if you lose, his voice paused as his gaze fell upon the two of them. He then said meaningfully, if you lose, the two of you will have to acknowledge us as your masters. Become a disciple of our sect. Upon hearing this, Venerable Spirit Wood jumped up. You bastard, CK. You're SSS. I tried every possible way to persuade them, but they weren't willing to take me as their master. You're actually using such a despicable method to make them compete with you two old fellows? You should be thick-skinned and tell me how old are you this year? Chapter 2890. That's right, Lingmu. Stop messing around. The other middle-aged man also berated Venerable Lingmu. The two of them were his senior brothers and were of higher seniority than him, so they naturally had the right to berate him. Venerable Lingmu couldn't help but blush when he was yelled at by the two of them. He said angrily, Fine, go ahead. I don't care, I'll just watch. He angrily flung his sleeves and returned to his seat. When the beautiful Venerable saw this, she covered her red lips and giggled. Senior brother CK, this doesn't seem very generous. Who doesn't know that you and senior brother Mu Xin are the strongest venerables of our generation? If you fight them, won't you win for sure? My master is right. Aren't we just taking advantage of our seniority? Bullying the weak? I've been in the sect for so long, but this is the first time I've found out that Venerable CK is such a person. A graceful and charming voice sounded. When the disciples heard this voice, they were all delighted. It's Martial Aunt Wanyan. Martial Aunt Wanyan is here. I didn't expect her to actually come. Everyone says that Martial Aunt Wanyan is the #1 beauty of the four sects and doesn't usually show her face. I didn't expect her to actually come today. That's great. I wanted to see Martial Aunt Wanyan for a long time. Today, I can finally see her face. The disciples below were all excited. The originally silent scene became lively as they all looked in the direction of the voice. Fengjiu, who was standing next to Xianyuan Mose, felt that the voice was vaguely familiar. Just as he was thinking about it, he saw a red figure riding on a red-crowned crane. Her red clothes fluttered in the wind, and her black hair fluttered gently. At first glance, Fengjiu couldn't help but be delighted. He waved at the newcomer. Big sister. The newcomer was actually her sworn sister, Wanyin Qianhua. No wonder she hadn't heard any news of her over there. So she had come here? What's more, he didn't expect to meet her here. When Xianyuan Mose heard Fengjiu's words, he also looked at the woman. Wanyin Qianhua. A Jew had once mentioned that she was an elder sister who had become sworn brothers with her. However, after the 100 Years Mountain, they had never had the chance to meet. They did not expect to meet here. In the past, he had only heard her say that the Wanyin Qianhua was good in every way. Now that he saw it, the woman in red who came on the immortal crane was indeed a stunning beauty. Although she liked to wear red like his Jew, she wore two different styles. Wanyin Qianhua, who was sitting on a red-crowned crane, immediately saw the dazzling red figure on the high platform. Looking at that beautiful and exquisite face, which was still so familiar, she couldn't help but smile. She gently patted the red-crowned crane's head and landed on the high platform. Xiao Jiao, it's really you. As soon as Wanyin Qianhua saw her, she went forward and hugged her. However, when the softness in front of her chest touched Fengjiu's stiff and flat chest, she lowered her head in confusion. At the same time, she reached out and touched it again and again. Where are your breasts? What a sin. You actually tied them flat? How much suffering do you have to suffer? A few black lines streaked across Fengjiu's forehead. She didn't even have time to react. Her sister actually did such a thing in front of so many people. It really made her speechless. Chapter 2891. Xianyuan Mose's face darkened when he saw this. If it wasn't for the fact that this person was a woman and was a Jew's sworn sister, he would definitely chop off the hands that were touching her chest. Sister, pay attention to your image. Fengjiu pulled her hands down helplessly and said, That's true. Wanyin Qianhua covered her mouth and smiled coquettishly. After glancing at Fengjiu, she sized up Xianyuan Mose at the side. Then, she shifted her gaze and looked at the two venerables at the side. Venerables C.K. Mu Xn, Fengjiu is my sister. Don't bully her. Otherwise, her beautiful eyes turned and the light in her eyes flowed. Her slender, jade-like hands played with her hair, and she said lightly, I'll be angry. Upon hearing this and looking at Wanyin Qianhua's expression, the two venerables shuddered. This evildoer smile was definitely not a good thing. When they thought of the time when she first came here, she would hold the 10,000 ghost banner and collect ghosts every night. The howls of the ghosts still made them feel like it was yesterday. Fengjiu looked at Wanyin Qianhua with excitement in her eyes. Look, this was her sworn sister. She even dared to threaten the venerables. As expected of her sister. Aya, Qianhua, so this is your sister? When the beautiful venerables heard this, her eyes immediately smiled into a line. That's really a case of not entering the same family. Fengjiu, don't you think so? Your sister has already become my disciple. You should come too. Xiao Jiao, this is my master, Venerable Shuiyu. Wanyin Qianhua said. Fengjiu greets Venerable Shuiyu. She bowed respectfully. Of course, it was for her sister's sake. We're all family. There's no need to be so polite. You can ask your sister and you'll know. I treat these disciples like my own sisters. She covered her red lips and chuckled. Her beautiful eyes fell on Fengjiu. Fengjiu heard this and smiled. He only said to Wanyin Qianhua, Sister, we just arrived here. After we settle down, we'll come and meet you again. Come to my place and stay for 2 days. I'll accompany you down the mountain later. Wanyin Qianhua said. Before that, shouldn't you fight with us first? Venerables C.K. spoke again. He looked at Fengjiu and Xianyuan Mose and said, The immortal ascension ladder only opens once a year. It was Ling Mu and Venerables Shuiyu who suggested that it be opened. Now that you've come from there, it could be considered fate with our sect. However, you've injured our sect leaders, Venerables. It's one thing if you join our sect, but if you don't, how can we let you leave just like that? What will happen to our sect's reputation? He looked at the two of them and said in a low voice, For today's battle, even if you don't want to, you still have to. Venerables CK, are you trying to force them? Wanyan Qianhua's expression turned cold. The aura around him changed. The chilling feeling immediately made the people around him shudder involuntarily. Chapter 2892. Under such circumstances, the immortal sect naturally wanted to recruit them into their sect. However, since they could not get them to join their sect with good words, they wanted to use their strength to suppress them. They wanted to let Xianyuan Mo's and Fengjiu know that there was always someone better than them. No matter how strong they were no match for the immortal sect's supremacies. If they did not subdue the two of them, the immortal sect's reputation would be tarnished after this battle. Therefore, the immortal sect was pressuring them to accept their challenge. That said, the challenge was not fair. Xianyuan Mo's could defeat that supremacy, but he might not be able to defeat senior brother C. Quebec. Moreover, even if he had a slight chance of winning, Fengjiu's small body would probably defeat senior brother Mu Xian. After all, these two were the strongest supremacies in their generation. At this point, the immortal sect's immortal master did not speak up to stop them. Evidently, he had tacitly approved of their challenge. Under such tacit approval, even Wanyan Qianhua could not stop them. Xianyuan Mo's, who had been silent all this while, glanced at the two people in front of him with his deep, dark eyes. He had been sizing them up since the moment they said they wanted to challenge him. After weighing the pros and cons, he felt that they could fight. Moreover, he knew that if he and Agio were to emerge victorious, not only would they become famous among the four sects, but they would also have a certain amount of deterrence. Thinking of the benefits they would gain from this battle, he glanced at Fengjiu and said, Agio, since they want to fight us again and again, why don't we accept their challenge? Hearing this, Fengjiu looked at the two people. After thinking for a while, he smiled and said, It's easy if you want to fight us. However, we have a prior agreement. Otherwise, who knows what tricks you'll play after this battle? Our words carry enormous weight, especially in front of so many people. How can we go back on our words? CK's supremacy said in a low voice, as if he was very displeased with Fengjiu's questioning. Fengjiu glanced at him and said leisurely, Who would believe that? You. He glared angrily. He was a supremacy. How could he go back on his words? This Fengjiu was really infuriating. Since you want to fight, we will only fight with you if the heavens and earth bear witness. Otherwise, there is no need to talk about it. She smiled, her eyes slightly curved, and a trace of calculation flashed through the depths of her eyes. Good. Supremacy. CK opened his mouth to speak, but Fengjiu interrupted him. Hold on, Fengjiu said, stopping him from continuing. If we lose, we have to acknowledge you as our masters. Similarly, if you lose, you have to acknowledge us as your masters. This is ridiculous. Both Venerable CK and Mu Xian widened their eyes in astonishment, flinging their sleeves and cursing. They were venerable ones, and they wanted to take them as their masters? How could this be? If word got out, he would be a laughingstock. Ridiculous? Fengjiu raised his eyebrows and asked, This is clearly a very fair thing. How is it ridiculous? Besides, we haven't fought yet, have we? Are you already afraid? If that's the case, why are you still competing with us? Can't you just let us go? You. Chapter 2893. At this moment, the two of them would never have thought that Fengjiu was scheming against them. They did not think that Xianyuan Mo's and Fengjiu were stronger than them. Even if they were at the same level as the two of them, they would not be able to defeat them. Wanyan Qianhua saw this and glanced at Fengjiu. Seeing her smile at her, she was relieved. Based on her understanding of Fengjiu, she would not do something that she was not confident of. In this case, she would just wait and see. Xianyuan Mo's did not doubt Fengjiu's words. His gaze fell on the two of them. Seeing that they were hesitating, he asked, What's wrong? You don't dare? What a joke. How can we not dare? Mu Xian snorted coldly. She stared sharply at Xianyuan Mo's and said, In front of so many people, in front of heaven and earth, if I, Mu Xian, lose today, I will acknowledge the winner as my master. If I go back on my words, heaven and earth will punish me. CK also said, same for me. See Quebec. If I lose, I will acknowledge the winner as my master. If I go back on my words, heaven and earth will punish me. Hearing this, Xianyuan Mose and Fengjiu smiled at each other and said at the same time, I, Xianyuan Mose, Fengjiu, if I lose this battle, I will acknowledge the winner as my master. If I go back on my words, heaven and earth will punish me. Good. CK and Mu Xian shouted at the same time. She looked at the two of them and said, remember what you said? Of course. The two of them replied. The four immortal monarchs and the venerables around them were dumbfounded. They did not recover for a long time. Why did they suddenly swear an oath to heaven and earth? Did they make a mistake somewhere? The disciples of the four sects looked at this scene and did not understand. Why did it suddenly become like this? However, they knew that the venerables of their sects would win in the end. Therefore, everyone's interest was aroused by the oath to heaven and earth. They all shouted for the competition to start quickly. Seeing that the disciples were in high spirits, Fengjiu's eyes moved slightly. She said to Wanyin Qianhua, Sister, I have something to say to you. Hearing this, Wanyin Qianhua walked to the side with her and asked, What's wrong? Sister, this is such a good opportunity. Let's set up a bet. Fengjiu looked at her with sparkling eyes with a hint of excitement. I think these disciples are all rich. They should have a lot of treasures on them. Whether it's crystal coins or anything else, you can bet them all. Hearing this, Wanyin Qianhua was stunned for a moment. Then, she smiled and said, Okay, be careful. Leave the rest to me. She patted Qin Shui's hand and walked to the side. Fengjiu came to Xianyuan Mose's side. Looking at CK and Mu Xian, he asked, How do you want to fight? 1-on-1 or 2-on-2? Fengjiu, you're quite arrogant. You dare to leave the choice to us. CK glanced at Fengjiu and Xianyuan Mose. Then, she turned to Mu Xian and asked, What do you think? It doesn't matter. 2-on-2 is fine too. We can choose one of these two and let them acknowledge us as their masters at the same time. Mu Xian said. She obviously felt that victory was in her hands. Whether it was Xianyuan Mose or Fengjiu, she had to admit that these two were very outstanding. Hearing this, Fengjiu smiled. Okay, 2-on-2 then. It'll be faster to finish it in one round. Chapter 2894. The two cultivators who had retreated to the side on the high platform had already jumped down and stood below the platform to watch. The supremacies who were seated watched this scene with interest in their eyes. Only the four immortal lords from the immortal sects were deep in thought and puzzlement. Wanyin Qianhua's voice was heard from the other side. I'll start a game. Let's bet on who will win. Anyone who is interested can have a share. Her voice was seductive and charming. Upon hearing her words, the disciples below rushed to her side and took out gold coins or crystal stones to place their bets. The supremacies who were seated on the high platform saw this and could not help but shake their heads. Wanyin Qianhua is really two. Two what? I've never had to worry about my disciples. I'm just setting up a small game to liven things up. What? Do you have a problem with it? Venerable Snow Jade cast a sidelong glance at the man who had just spoken. It was as if she would fight him if he continued to speak. Seeing her like this, the supremacy did not say anything else. Everyone knew that Supremacy Snow Jade was not to be trifled with, and that she was vengeful. If she targeted them, they could guarantee that nothing good would happen. Fengjiu watched as Wanyin Qianhua drew a space on the ground and wrote down their names and the supremacies for those who wanted to place their bets. She could not help but narrow her eyes when she saw a small mountain of money piled up in front of the two supremacies' names. She said to Xianyuan Mose beside her, The people here are really rich. Xianyuan Mose looked back and said, We've made a fortune today. Yes, I think so too. She nodded with a smile. Not only would they have 2 more disciples to order around, but they would also win a lot of money and build up their reputation. Yes, this battle was indeed worth it. Be careful, Xianyuan Mose reminded her. Yes, I know, Fengjiu replied and pulled away from him. She looked at the two supremacies who were talking and asked, Can we begin? The two supremacies looked at the immortal monarchs of their sections. When the immortal monarch saw this, he said, Don't overdo it. Don't kill. Let's begin. As soon as he finished speaking, the venerables on the stage and the disciples of the four sects below the stage all quieted down. They all held their breaths as they looked at the four people on the stage. This was a 2 versus 2 battle, and the two of them were going against the two strongest venerable ones in the sect. Although the result was expected, they could not help but feel nervous and expectant. Two venerables making a move, what kind of intense scene would it be? In an instant, everyone felt that something was different. The four people on the stage exuded a strong pressure. This pressure spread in the air and condensed on the stage. Even the audience below the stage could feel that Xianyuan Mo's and Fengjiu's pressure was different from before. Look, why does their aura seem to have changed? Yes, it seems to have become somewhat powerful. It seems to be very powerful. Moreover, this kind of power is not inferior to the two venerables. The disciples below the stage were discussing. They were shocked and excited, as if they had not expected this. On the stage, the venerables and the four immortal monarchs were shocked when they saw the pressure exuding from Fengjiu and Xianyuan Mo's. They stood up and lost their composure as they exclaimed. Chapter 2895. Both of them were peak heavenly gods. How is that possible? Xianyuan Mo's had clearly displayed the strength of a heavenly god, but that was not the strength of a peak heavenly god. Furthermore, Fengjiu and Fengjiu were clearly only at the peak immortal emperor stage when they first saw her. How? How did she suddenly change? A thought flashed through their minds, causing them to involuntarily gasp. They had concealed their strength. The two of them had actually concealed their strength. Moreover, they had concealed their strength in front of so many of them. Even though they had repeatedly sized them up, they had not been able to see through their true strength. This terrifying concealment caused their hearts to tremble. Previously, they had thought that the two honorables would win without a doubt. Now, however, they felt a faint sense of unease, especially after Xianyuan Mo's and Fengjiu had fearlessly asked them to swear an oath to the heavens. Now, it seemed like they had dug a hole for the two honorables to jump into. The two honorables were both peak heavenly gods, just like the two of them. Logically speaking, the two honorables had been in the heavenly god stage for many years. Even if they were at the same level of strength, it would be difficult for anyone to compare to them. However, now, as they looked at Xianyuan Mo's and Fengjiu, who exuded confidence and sharpness from between their brows, they felt a little uncertain. The two of them did not hide their strength, and a powerful and intimidating aura burst out from their bodies. One was black, and the other was red. The aura from their bodies was so similar, and they were both so domineering and intimidating. At this moment, their feelings were complicated. Did they lose two honorables in this battle? Or did they lose two more monarch-like figures? You're both peak heavenly gods. CK and Mu Xian widened their eyes in shock. These two freaks, how old were they? They had actually cultivated to the peak heavenly god stage. One had to know that even after entering the heavenly god stage, some people could not reach the peak heavenly god stage even after cultivating for 50 or even 100 years. However, these two freaks were actually both peak heavenly gods. No wonder they dared to fight with them. It turned out that they had such strength as a trump card. However, even if they were peak heavenly gods, they were probably no match for the two of them. Fengjiu looked at them with a smile and said leisurely, "Unfortunately, I've just advanced a while ago, so I haven't been able to find someone to practice with. Today's my lucky day." Hearing this, the corners of the two honorables' mouths twitched. Was he trying to use them? This Fengjiu's words. "Let's see what you're capable," Honorable Mu Xian said. As soon as he finished speaking, his figure swept past like a gust of wind. The disciples of the four sects below the stage could only see a gust of wind carrying a pressure that could be seen with the naked eye. They did not even see Honorable Mu Xian's figure, let alone his moves. However, standing there, Fengjiu narrowed his eyes and stared ahead. Through the gust of wind, he stared at Honorable Mu Xian, who was charging towards him. Then he said to Xianyuan Mo's, "Let me stretch my muscles first." Chapter 2896. Venerable Mu Xian had no intention of dodging. When he saw the two streams of flame in Fengjiu's hands coming at him like two ferocious beasts, he immediately turned his palms, and two wind blades formed into two wolf heads. They opened their mouths wide and pounced at Fengjiu, as if they wanted to swallow the flames in one gulp. Wind wolf roll, Venerable Mu Xian roared. His deep and majestic voice shook the hearts of the people below the stage. The four immortal masters on the stage held their breaths and looked over. Xinyuan Mose and CK did not make a move at this time. They were also watching the battle between Fengjiu and Mu Xian. They all wanted to know how strong the two sides were. Although CK had always thought that Fengjiu and Xinyuan Mose could not defeat them, he was still a little surprised and cautious after seeing their strength. But now he saw that Mu Xian had used 70% of his strength in this attack. Even he would not be able to withstand it, let alone Fengjiu. Therefore, he felt that this attack might knock Fengjiu off the stage. If that happened, the outcome would be clear almost immediately. But who knew that in the next moment? He almost jumped up when he saw this scene. When the ferocious beast condensed from flames collided with Mu Xian's wind wolves, the collision of the two streams of air violently produced powerful wind blades and pressure. The sound of the wind and the flames whistled like the roar of a wild dragon, making people tremble in fear. He watched as the wind wolves swallowed the flames in one gulp and pounced forward to attack Fengjiu. But in the next moment, the two wind wolves were covered by the flames in an instant and merged into one. They turned back and pounced at Mu Xian. Hiss! Impossible! Mu Xian was shocked and immediately wanted to retreat. But no matter how fast he retreated, he could not outrun the impact of the two streams of air formed by the convergence of the two forces. In almost an instant, the fire wolf pounced on him. At that moment of imminent peril, a gust of wind instantly surged out from his body to protect him, attempting to disperse and extinguish the fire wolf that was pouncing towards him. However, the gust of wind that surged out from his body could only protect his life at that moment and lessen the heavy injury from this blow. Whoosh! Bang! The powerful force and the flames collided directly with a gust of wind and landed on Mu Xian's body. The flames expanded along with the flames, burning his robe. The force of the impact also knocked him back more than 10 meters. Hiss! Ah, it's so hot. Mu Xian cried out in surprise as he hurriedly put out the fire. However, seeing that the fire could not be extinguished, he decisively took off his outer robe, and only then did he brush away the fire on his body. Even so, his eyebrows were burnt and the ends of his hair were burnt. His dignified face was covered in dirt, and he cut a sorry figure. The people on and off the stage were shocked to the point of being dumbstruck. This is impossible, right? With just one move, Venerable Mu Xian was reduced to such a sorry state. Seeing Venerable Mu Xian, who was usually incomparably dignified, standing on the stage wearing only a white inner robe, touching his eyebrows while looking at his hair and looking at his dusty appearance, they could not help but want to laugh. But when they saw his dark face, they felt that if they laughed at this time, it would be very embarrassing for him. So they all held back their laughter and tried their best to look elsewhere. Chapter 2897. It's our turn. As soon as he finished speaking, Xinyuan Mose's black robe fluttered. He condensed a sword in his hand and dashed forward like the wind. Upon hearing Xinyuan Mose's words, CK quickly calmed himself down. He had no time to care about Mu Xian's situation. When he saw Xinyuan Mose's sword coming at him, he waved his hand and slashed his palm through the air, creating several palm prints. The palm prints struck out and dispersed Xinyuan Mose's sword chi. At the same time, he leaned forward and attacked with a swift and fierce palm wind. Whoosh! Whoosh! The palm wind changed and turned into a fist. The fist force contained a hidden force. Every move was swift and fierce and full of destructive power. It was aimed directly at Xinyuan Mose. Xinyuan Mose dodged and retreated. He changed from attacking to defending. His deep eyes were fixed on CK's attack, as if he was forced to retreat by CK's swift and fierce attack. Below the stage, Wanyan Xianhua looked at the people on the stage. He looked at Feng Jiu's battle, then looked at Xianyuan Mo's battle. Compared to Feng Jiu's side, Xianyuan Mo's side looked like they were being attacked to the point where they couldn't fight back. Not only did CK feel that Xianyuan Mo's was unable to fight back, but even the four Immortal Masters felt that Xianyuan Mo's strength was not enough to fight against C Quebec. Therefore, they gradually relaxed. However, just as CK forced Xianyuan Mo's to the corner of the stage, Xianyuan Mo's aura suddenly changed. His body instantly spun forward, sucking in all the aura in the surrounding air. He suddenly struck out with his palm. Whoosh! CK was attacking step by step. When he suddenly saw Xianyuan Mo's change in attack style, he couldn't help but be shocked. He quickly retreated and condensed a wind blade in his palm. Bang! The two powerful forces formed by the wind from the two palms collided violently with a loud bang. The airflow spread to both sides, and the two figures took a few steps back at the same time. But the moment they retreated, Xianyuan Mo's figure shot out like a bolt of lightning. With a tap of his foot, he leaped high into the air, then shot down at a strange speed. The air blade formed by the airflow of spiritual energy carried a powerful pressure as it shot down towards Sir C. Quebec. Hiss. How is this possible? CK was shocked. How could he move at that speed? He was shocked. He gathered his spirit power in his hands and tried to block the attack. There was a loud bang, and his feet sank into the ground. Two deep footprints appeared on the stage, and his body was shortened by more than half. Just as Sir Seek was startled, Xianyuan Mo's instantly grabbed his hand. Xianyuan Mo's flipped to the side, lifted him up, and flung him away. Ah! He cried out in surprise as his body was flung to a corner and slammed heavily into the stage. The blood and qi in his body suddenly surged up. As his blood and qi surged, he spat out a mouthful of blood. Pooh! Blood dyed the stage red. Everyone on and off the stage was shocked. They were all dumbfounded as they watched the scene unfold on the stage. How is this possible? That was CK. He was the strongest venerable of his generation. Cough. Chapter 2898. CK's eyelids twitched at the thought that if he lost to Xianyuan Mo's, he would have to acknowledge him as his master. If that really happened, it would be too embarrassing. Thinking of this, CK quickly stabilized his strength and increased his spiritual power. Two green vines suddenly sprang out from his sleeves. The two green vines grew rapidly, as if they had a life of their own, and attacked Xianyuan Mo's. The vines that sprang out from the green vines also grew rapidly. Not long after, two of the vines wrapped around Xianyuan Mo's feet. When Xianyuan Mo saw this, he waved his sleeves, and a visible stream of spiritual energy sliced through the air like a blade, cutting the rattan in half. At the same time, another rattan abruptly shot out with a whoosh and slapped towards Xianyuan Mo's with a powerful wind blade. Xianyuan Mo's immediately dodged. With a move of his hand, the Xianyuan sword instantly appeared in his hand. With a sweep of his sword aura, the sword aura whizzed through the air and chopped off all the vines. When CK saw this, he leaped into the air. After the vines in his hand disappeared, a long sword with a sharp glint appeared. The long sword carried a swift and fierce aura as it swept out, bringing about streaks of sword shadows as it slashed towards Xianyuan Mo's. At the same time, he reached out with his other hand, and another long sword appeared in his palm. When he attacked with both swords, everyone who saw this scene couldn't help but cry out in surprise. That's CK's double shadow swords. He usually doesn't show it to others easily, but he actually used it today. It seems like he's been forced into a corner. CK's venerable has wind and wood attributes, but his most powerful skill is the double shadow 8 forms of the double shadow swords. Back then, he used this to become the #1 venerable in the sect. I didn't expect him to use the double shadow sword to deal with Xianyuan Mo's today. It seems like he views Xianyuan Mo's as a formidable opponent. Isn't it? Xianyuan Mo's wasn't at a disadvantage when the two of them fought on the stage. Venerable CK probably understood this and used the dual shadow swords. However, no matter how strong Xianyuan Mo's is, He's bound to lose after Venerable CK used the dual shadow swords. On the other side, Venerable Mu Xin was sent flying by Fengjiu's fists. When he spat out a mouthful of blood, he was sent flying more than 10 meters away and almost fell off the high platform. Fortunately, he hooked the edge of the high platform with the tip of his foot and steadied himself. "Aren't you a heavenly deity? Why is he still a mystic?" Venerable Mu Xin widened his eyes in exasperation. He was clearly exchanging blows with her, but who knew that Fengjiu's spiritual aura would suddenly change into a mystic aura to fight him? Mystic aura was very important in fighting strength, and her speed and movement techniques were very strange. He couldn't cope with her attacks, and had to take the full force of her fists. When those fists landed on his body, if he didn't have the strength of a heavenly deity protecting his body, a few of his ribs would have been broken. However, even with the strength of a heavenly deity protecting his body, this attack caused the blood in his body to surge violently, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Fengjiu landed on the ground, her red robes fluttering in the air like a dazzling flower. She raised her eyebrows and chuckled. "Who told you that a spiritual cultivator can't be a mystic cultivator? Unfortunately, I'm a mystic and spiritual dual cultivator. Take this." Chapter 2899. As he shouted, he ran towards C. Quebec. His comical appearance left the audience dumbfounded. Look. His clothes were untidy, his face was covered in dirt, and he was running away. Where was the dignified bearing of a venerable? CK, who was fighting with Xianyuan Mose, immediately turned around and glared at him. "I can't even take care of myself. How can I take care of you? Let's join forces. Let's knock Fengjiu off the stage first, then deal with Xianyuan Mose." Mu Xin suggested. That's a good idea." Fengjiu, who had chased after them, said with a smile. He looked at Mu Xin and said, "Let's kick you off the stage first, then deal with C. Quebec." CK blocked Xianyuan Mose's Xianyuan sword with his swords and quickly retreated. At the same time, he pulled Mu Xin to his side. He panted slightly as he looked at the two people standing together. His gaze swept past Xianyuan Mose's sword and landed on Fengjiu. "Fengjiu." Before he could finish speaking, Fengjiu interrupted him. "As a disciple, I can't directly address my master by his name." Fengjiu's clear eyes turned and the corners of his lips curled up as he looked at the two of them. "Otherwise, as your master, we will have to retrain you." You. The two of them were so angry that smoke seemed to be coming out of their heads. In the past, who would dare to talk back to them so impudently and rudely? As long as their faces darkened, the disciples below them would all obediently lower their heads and bow respectfully. But now, Fengjiu had already infuriated them several times. The most hateful thing was that the two of them were not good at bickering. When she said that, they often couldn't say a word and could only suppress their anger. Mu Xin, who had come to CK's side, took a deep breath and calmed himself down. He stared at Fengjiu and said, "Don't be so smug. I haven't used all my strength to fight with you. And why did you suddenly attack?" His expression changed and was filled with panic and astonishment. Before he could finish speaking, Fengjiu, who had been standing about 10 meters away from him, suddenly attacked him with a sword in his hand. The sharp sword aura carried a green glow, and the flames at the tip of the sword made him swallow his saliva involuntarily. To think that he, a venerable, was actually beaten by Fengjiu to the point that he was afraid of her. If news of this spread, how would he have the face to meet others? Immediately, he also drew his weapon and went forward. The two swords clashed, and sparks flew. At the same time, CK also went forward and attacked Fengjiu from both sides fiercely. He wanted to beat her off the stage first, and then deal with Xianyuan Mose. Seeing the two of them attacking Fengjiu from both sides, Xianyuan Mose snorted coldly, and his black figure flashed and joined the battle. The four of them fought on the stage. Their figures flashed, and the shadows of their swords refracted. Streaks of air blades attacked from the stage. Some of them attacked the venerable sitting on the stage, while others attacked the disciples below the stage. They were so frightened that they cried out in a low voice and broke out in cold sweat. Chapter 2900. Thump! Thump! Two loud thuds rang out, followed by two muffled groans and gasps from the crowd. Aside from that, the area was completely silent. No one said a word. They only widened their eyes in disbelief as they stared at the two venerables who had been kicked off the stage in a sorry state. They lost. They lost. They lost to two cultivators from the lower realm? Did they see wrongly? CK and Mu Xin, who had been kicked off the stage, stood up while clutching their aching chests. They stared at the two figures, one black and one red, who were walking towards them from the stage. Their old faces flushed red. They had actually lost. They had actually lost to the two of them in front of so many people. Although they found it hard to believe and somewhat unacceptable, the two of them were not ordinary people, so they quickly calmed down. They looked at the two people standing on the stage and respectfully knelt down to pay their respects. See Quebec, Mu Xin. Greetings, masters. Thank you for showing mercy. Although they had lost the competition, they could not lose their spirit. Since they had lost, they had to fulfill their promise according to the oath they had made earlier. Moreover, they also knew that in the battle just now, the two of them had obviously shown mercy. If they had not shown mercy, even if they had not died, they would have been seriously injured. After this battle, they were wholeheartedly convinced of the two's strength. Naturally, they were convinced from the bottom of their hearts. Upon hearing this, Fengjiu glanced at Xianyuan Mose with a smile. Then, the two of them said at the same time, "Stand up." When they heard the two voices, one deep and cold, the other full of laughter, the two of them could not help but smile bitterly in their hearts. After respectfully acknowledging the two, they stood up. Seeing this, the crowd on the stage finally came to their senses. Supremacy Lingmu laughed heartily. "I didn't expect this. In just a short while, the two of us have become Fengjiu's disciples. Ha 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 ha. You could do whatever you want. You want to fight with us? This is the consequence." Venerable Lingmu was delighted. He hadn't expected this outcome either. "Ha! Fortunately, I did not learn from you guys." Venerable Snow, Jade, covered her mouth and chuckled. She was also watching the scene before her with interest. This was great. He originally wanted to take in Xianyuan Mose and Fengjiu, but who would have thought that the two of them would take him in instead? Perhaps even the immortal monarch did not expect this, right? She turned her beautiful eyes and looked at the four immortal monarchs. She saw that each of them had a look of astonishment on their faces. Clearly, they had yet to recover from their shock. Below the stage, Wanyan Xianhua was also smiling like a flower. He was very happy. Not only did they have two powerful disciples, but they also won a lot of treasures and became famous in the Four Immortal sect. At this time, one of the immortal monarchs, who was the host, stood up and walked to Xianyuan Mose and Fengjiu's side. He said, "It's true that the new generation excels the old. The two of you have really surprised everyone. You're too kind, immortal monarch." As Fengjiu spoke, he looked at the two people below the stage and said, "CK, Mu Xin, why aren't you preparing a cave abode for us to rest?" Hearing this, the two people below the stage finally came to their senses. "Yes, masters, please follow us." As they spoke, they looked at the immortal monarch on the stage and cupped their hands. "Immortal monarch, we'll bring our two masters to rest first." Chapter 2901. Everyone on the stage looked at each other in dismay as they watched them leave on their flying swords. Was it over just like that? The two of them had taken advantage of the situation and gained two peak divine realm experts as their disciples. After all, not only were CK and Mu Xin powerful, the forces behind them weren't small either. Now, the two of them had become the disciples of that pair of young men. It truly made them feel as if they were dreaming. In a corner below the stage, Wanyan Xianhua was collecting the mountain of treasures when she heard the cries of the people around her. "I bet all the money I had on me. Who knew that I would lose it all? Oh, my crystal stones. That's a whole year's worth of expenses given to me by my family. Just like that, just like that. How could the two venerables lose? How could they lose? I thought they would definitely win." One by one, the disciples said with a sullen face. Pairs of eyes stared at the treasures that Wanyan Qianhua had collected. The glittering treasures made them dizzy. So many treasures had become the treasures of these two people, causing them to feel a burst of pain in their hearts. Oh, the two of them have made a lot of money. Venerable Snow Jade came to Wanyan Qianhua's side and couldn't help but chuckle when she saw the pile of treasures being collected by her. Master, I'll take these to Xiao Jiao and the others first, Wanyan Qianhua said as she bowed to her master. Then, she rode her red-crowned crane to a mountain peak. Because of this battle, the people of the four major immortal sects knew that the competition couldn't go on. Therefore, after a short discussion, the four immortal dukes allowed the people below to leave with their disciples. On the other side, CK and Mu Xan brought Xianyuan Mose and Fengjiu to a cave residence. They stopped in front of it and said, "Masters, please rest in this cave residence first. The things inside are relatively complete. As for the other small things, we'll ask our disciples to bring them up later." Xianyuan Mose glanced at the cave residence and nodded to Fengjiu. This place is not bad. The spiritual energy is abundant, and there are no other caves nearby. It looks quiet and secluded. Well, since you're satisfied, we'll stay here for a few days before leaving, Fengjiu said with a smile as he looked at the cave residence in front of him. Okay. Xianyuan Mo smiled and led Fengjiu inside. CK and Mu Xian follow behind them. Master, I'll send 2 disciples to serve you later. If Master has any instructions, you can also instruct the odd job disciples to do it. Okay. Xianyuan Mose nodded and led Fengjiu inside. He said to the 2 people behind him, ask them to prepare some food. Also, during the time we're staying here, no one is allowed to enter this cave residence without our permission. Yes. The 2 of them replied and looked at each other. Mu Xian left first and found someone to arrange the chores. CK followed behind them. He sighed softly as he watched the 2 of them walk in hand. He really didn't expect this. One day, he would have 2 people so much younger than him as his masters. Moreover, their cultivation levels were higher than his. Chapter 2902. Yes, CK will take his leave. He bowed and left. Not long after he left, Wanyan Qianhua also arrived. Xiao Jiao. Sister. Fengjiu heard her voice and walked out. When he saw her, he pulled her into the cave and smiled. Sister, I didn't have a chance to catch up with you earlier. Come, let's go. Xiao Jiao. When Xianyuan Mose heard these 3 words, he thought about how Wanyan Qianhua had attacked Fengjiu's chest. He was speechless. They were both women. Why did they call each other so intimately? After a while, 2 red figures walked in. He stood up and said to Wanyan Qianhua, "Please sit." When Wanyan Qianhua saw him, she smiled and asked Fengjiu, "Xiao Jiao, he's your man. You call me sister. Shouldn't he call me sister too?" The corner of Xianyuan Mose's mouth twitched and his eyelids twitched. He said to the 2 of them, "You 2 talk. I'm going to rest first." Fengjiu smiled and replied. She pulled Wanyan Qianhua to sit down. "Sister, don't tease him. Look at him. Is he the kind of person who would call someone sister? All right, sister. How did you get here? I was wondering why I didn't hear any news about you over there. My Wanyan family has people over here, so I came over," she said casually. "I've been under my master's tutelage for some time. However, I'm not as good as you guys. The moment I came over, I made it known to the 4 major immortal sects and got 2 divine realm disciples for no reason." When she spoke up to this point, her charming eyes curved slightly as she smiled and said, "Little Jiao, all of you really picked up a treasure. Seek and Mushin are the strongest amongst all the Exalt realm experts here. Moreover, the forces and clans behind them aren't small at all. All of you have just arrived here, yet you already have 2 such disciples." Hearing that, Fengjiu laughed and said, "We also bet on ourselves to win these 2 disciples. It was risky. Fortunately, we won. If we lost, we would have to worship them as our masters. I didn't expect your strength to improve so quickly. You're already at the peak of the divine realm. It's incredible." Wanyan Qianhua looked at her and sighed. She knew that when she first met her, she was not so strong. How long had it been since then? Her strength had increased to the peak of the divine realm. "Sister, Mose and I have just arrived here, and we're not familiar with this place. Tell me about the situation here." We plan to stay here for 2 days before leaving. We're going to settle down outside. She said, I see. Wait a moment. As she spoke, she rummaged through her space ring and finally took out a thick book and handed it to her. I don't think I can explain it clearly. Take it and read it yourself. This is the distribution of this world, and it also records the various major powers. There's also a map of this world. She took it and smiled. So there's a book. That's so convenient. This way, she would have everything she wanted to find. There's more, Wanyan Qianhua said with a smile. She stood up and found a wider space. With a wave of her sleeve, a large pile of treasures appeared in the open space. Look, you've earned so much treasure in just a short while. Chapter 2903. It's really quite a lot. These people are really generous. She laughed and looked towards Wanyan Qianhua, saying, Sister, you could take some of these treasures. As soon as she finished speaking, she received a light knock on her head. Wanyan Qianhua rolled her eyes at her. If your sister wants these things, there will naturally be people who will deliver them to her door. You should keep these things for yourself. Then wouldn't you have helped me for nothing? Fengjiu felt a little apologetic. Why do we sisters have to say such things? All right, you should rest for today. I'll come over tomorrow to show you around. She patted Fengjiu's head and said, Rest well. All right, I'll send sister out. As she spoke, she sent her out before turning back. When she returned, she saw that Xianyuan Mose was already standing in front of the treasures and looking at them. She smiled and walked up to him, hugging his arm. How is it? Was the money easy to come by? Hearing this, Xianyuan Mose laughed softly. When have you ever been sad about making money? A single pill of hers was already worth an astronomical amount. These things were easily obtainable to her, so they weren't rare items. That's right, my sister gave me a book just now. Take it and read it first. She handed the book to him. After Xianyuan Mose received it, he asked, When will they wake up in your space? Don't worry about that. Without me pricking their acupoints with silver needles, they won't wake up. However, I'll have to bring Howard out later to feed him something to prevent him from starving. Grandmaster. 2 voices came from outside. Hearing the voices outside, the 2 people in the cave looked at each other. Xianyuan Mose sat down at the table while Fengjiu walked out. When he came outside, he saw a male and female disciple dressed in green standing outside with things in their hands. Fengjiu glanced at them. The 2 of them were about 13 or 14 years old. The male disciple had a clever face while the female disciple had a beautiful face with baby fat. They looked very lovable and cute. Grandmaster. When the 2 saw Fengjiu come out, they hurriedly bowed respectfully and called out, Shirzuen asked us to bring some food to Grandmaster. Come in, she said as she turned around and walked inside. After the 2 little disciples entered, they saw a black-robed man sitting inside. They immediately bowed again. Disciple greets Grandmaster. Xianyuan Mose responded and glanced at them indifferently. After Fengjiu sat down, he saw the 2 of them standing to the side after placing the things on the table. He asked, What are your names? In reply to Grandmaster, Disciple Wu Yuan is CK's youngest disciple. Shirzuen originally wanted to send a service disciple to serve you, but in the end, she chose a disciple from her own group to serve you. If Grandmaster needs anything, you can ask Wu Yuan to do it. The young man said quickly. Hearing this, the young girl beside him hurriedly said, Grandmaster, disciple is Mu Xian's youngest disciple. Koling Shirzuen instructed me to take good care of the 2 grandmasters. If the 2 grandmasters need anything, you can ask this disciple to do it. Hearing this, Fengjiu nodded. You can go outside and wait. If we don't ask you to come in, you don't have to come in. Yes, the 2 of them replied. Then they bowed and left the room. Chapter 2904. Let me try it. Fengjiu took a bite and nodded. Yes, it should be cooked by the old fire. I don't think it was cooked in the time it took us to get here and order them to prepare the food. I think it should be food prepared for some of the venerables in the sect. She smiled and looked at the food on the table. I didn't expect the venerables in the sect to eat so well. Do you think we should stay here for 2 more days? If you want to stay here for 2 more days, then stay for 2 more days before leaving, Xianyuan Mose said. Fengjiu smiled. After eating a bowl of bird's nest porridge and a bowl of stewed soup, she carried Hao who was sleeping in the space. At the same time, Xinyuan Mo's waved her hand and set up a soundproof barrier so that the sound inside could not travel outside. After Fengjiu undid Hao's sleeping acupoint, she played with him for a while before scooping a bowl of bird's nest porridge and feeding him. Looking at her fair and chubby son, Fengjiu could not help but smile. Will this kid become a little fatty in the future? He won't. When he's a little older, we can teach him how to cultivate, Xinyuan Mose said as he watched Fengjiu feed the child porridge. After eating, she held Hao's hand and learned to walk on the ground. Xinyuan Mo saw this and asked, Jiu, aren't you going to rest for a while? I'm not very tired. Even if I want to rest, I can't sleep. Why don't I play with Hao? Fengjiu said with a smile. She held Hao's hand and walked while saying, Come, take a step and see. Yes, that's it. Again. Seeing this, Xinyuan Mo's also accompanied by the side. When she caught a glimpse of the small mountain of treasures from the corner of her eye, she said, Put those things away first. Oh, I almost forgot. Fengjiu said. She held the child's hand with one hand and waved her sleeve with the other to put all the treasures into the space. In the cave residence, Fengjiu held Hao's hand and learned to walk. Xinyuan Mose sat at the table and flipped through the book to understand the distribution of power on this continent. On the other side in the sect's meeting hall, all the venerables and important figures of the sect were present. Even CK and Mu Xian were sitting in the middle. Ling Mu, Venerable Snowy Jade, and Venerable Snowy Jade sit. Immortal Monarch, why did you summon all of us to this meeting hall? Aren't you asking a question you already know the answer to? Immortal Lord Ling Mu sneered and glanced at her. Venerable Snow Jade glared at him and said, You talk too much. All right, quiet down. The Venerable Immortal on the main seat raised his hand and glanced at the crowd. Finally, his gaze fell on CK and Mu Xian. He said, Today, I called all of you here to discuss Xinyuan Mose and Fengjiu. Venerable Immortal, hasn't this matter been settled? Is there still a need to discuss it? Venerable Snowy Jade said, and looked at the Venerable Immortal on the main seat. That's right. CK and Mu Xian have both become their disciples. Is there still a need to discuss this matter? It was rare for Venerable Lingmu and Venerable Snowy Jade to agree. Chapter 2905. Venerable CK and Venerable Mu Xian, you two have to persuade your two masters to stay in the sect, if possible. You should know that even being a consecrated elder is helpful to our sect. Moreover, the two of them have such strength and such a relationship with our immortal sect. For them, this is an extremely good thing. You must think of a way to make them stay. A sliver of hesitation appeared on Si Chu and Mu Xian's faces when they heard that. They glanced at each other before looking at Immortal Monarch and saying, Immortal Monarch, I'm afraid this isn't appropriate. The two masters aren't people who are willing to stay here for long. I heard that they'll be leaving in 2 days. Now that we've become their disciples, I'm afraid we can't stop them. As a result, I'm afraid we can't do anything about your orders. Hearing this, the Immortal Master frowned. Try your best. If they really don't want to stay, then forget it. But if they are willing to stay, even if it's just in name, our sect will give them a lot of benefits. You can analyze the pros and cons with them and let them decide for themselves. Yes. The two venerables responded and listened to him talk about other things and the competition of the 4 major immortal sects. The two listened absent-mindedly. They felt a little helpless. They had lost to Xinyuan Mose and Fengjiu. Now, from their point of view, one was their master and the other was their sect. They were in a dilemma and had no choice. At this time, they were not in the mood to pay attention to other things. At this time, they were thinking that it would be best if the two masters stayed in the cave residence and left the sect in a few days. Perhaps once they left, the immortal master would not have any ideas about them, and they would not be in a difficult position. The next day, Wanyan Xianhua came to Fengjiu's cave residence early in the morning. Before she got close, she shouted, Xiaojiu, are you up? Today, I'm going to take you around the sect. There are many pleasant sceneries here. Today, I'll take you to see them. When the two disciples guarding the door saw her, they hurriedly bowed. "Greetings, Marshal Aunt Wanyin." Wanyin Qianhua glanced at them. "Oh, did he send the two of you to serve them?" "Yes. Master ordered us to serve the two grandmasters." The two answered respectfully. "Well, serve them well. It's your fortune to be able to serve them," Wanyin Qianhua said with a smile. "Yes," the two answered. When they were about to report to the cave residents, they saw a red figure come out. "Grandmaster." The two hurriedly bowed. Feng Jiao came out of the cave residence. Today, she was still dressed in red and dressed as a man. She looked radiant. As soon as she saw Wanyin Qianhua, she smiled and said, "Sister, you came quite early." Wanyin Qianhua glanced at her and asked with a smile, "Why are you alone? Where's Xianyuan Mose? Isn't he coming with us?" Feng Jiao smiled and said, "He said he's not going. He wants to read the book you gave him to familiarize himself with it." Chapter 29:06. When she heard this, Feng Jiao chuckled. "Sure. Please lead the way, big sister. Let's take a look around." The two red figures were equally magnificent. When they walked together, they were pleasing to the eye. The disciples in the sect who saw the two of them stopped in their tracks and gasped in amazement. "How beautiful!" Uncle Master Wanyin's beauty is widely acknowledged by the four major immortal sects, but this Feng Jiao who just popped out of nowhere and called Uncle Master Wanyin Big Sister is also breathtakingly beautiful. If he were a woman, how magnificent would he be? In the sect, only the supremacies could tell that Feng Jiao was a woman. The disciples all thought that Feng Jiao was a man, and a homosexual at that. When they arrived at the main peak, everyone who saw Feng Jiao greeted her respectfully, "Grandmaster," especially when she saw that the disciples were all older than her. But after seeing her, they stopped and respectfully bowed. Then, she looked at Wanyin Qianhua at the side and chuckled. "Big sister, you didn't come here just to see these disciples call me Grandmaster, did you?" Hey, you're right. Look at them. They're all famous people. Now that Supremacy CK has acknowledged you as his master, they've become your grand disciples. Wanyin Qianhua covered his mouth and smiled charmingly. "Little Jiao, let me tell you something. Supremacy CK has a herb farm here. There are many good things in it." Feng Jiao's eyes lit up at the mention of a herb farm. "Really?" "Of course. Supremacy CK has the wood attribute, so he takes care of the herb farm when he's free. The spiritual herbs are all growing very well." As Wanyin Qianhua spoke, he led her to the other side. "But he treasures it very much. He's always been very protective of it." Hearing this, Feng Jiao smiled and narrowed his eyes. "Then I'd like to see what kind of medicinal field it is. Speaking of which, we've already acknowledged them as our masters, but they haven't given us anything to show their filial piety. They haven't brought you anything? That's too bad." Wanyin Qianhua smiled charmingly and said, "The two of them have a lot of treasures. When you go back, you must extort them well. Let's take a look at the herb farm first. If there's anything good, I'll just take it from there." As Feng Jiao spoke, he followed her to a place. However, before they got close, two disciples stopped him. "Uncle Master Wanyin Qianhua's herb farm, if we enter." Hearing this, Wanyin Qianhua glanced at them flirtatiously. He smiled and asked, "Idol, don't you know that your master has given you a grandmaster?" "Oh, we know. But what does that have to do with anything?" The two disciples had been guarding the herb farm. They hadn't gone to watch the battle that their master had lost. They had only heard that their master had been defeated, so he had acknowledged the two winners as his masters. They seemed to be called Xianyuan Mose and Feng Jiao, two people from the lower realm, because the one who's going in is your grandmaster. Even your master doesn't dare to stop him. Are you too tired of living? Do you dare to stop your grandmaster? "Ah, grandmaster?" The two disciples couldn't help but look at the young man in red. They were instantly dumbfounded. They had heard that one of them was a handsome young man in red. Could that be the young man in front of them? Chapter 29:07. "Aren't you going to greet your grandmaster?" Wanyin Qianhua's beautiful eyes swept over them. The two disciples' hearts trembled, and they hurriedly bowed. "Be disciple greets grandmaster." "Get up," Feng Jiao said and motioned. "Open the front courtyard door. I want to go in and take a look." Yes. The two didn't dare to stop her, and could only go forward to open the door. After the two entered, one of them followed in, and the other quickly ran to find their grandmaster. Fengjiu entered and smelled a strong, medicinal fragrance. She looked forward and saw that there was a small bamboo house on the side of the medicinal field. Walking further in, she saw a large medicinal field in front of her. "Go take a look. I'll sit for a while." Wanyan Xianhua wasn't very interested in these spiritual herbs, so she went to sit on a wooden stump outside the bamboo house. With one hand on her cheek, she looked at the figure walking around in the medicinal field. The spiritual herbs aren't bad, but the age is a bit short. Fengjiu looked and said as she walked around the medicinal field in front of her. When she came to a medicinal field with a different color of soil, she stopped and looked. It's actually the deep well red earth soil that has been baked. She was a bit surprised and carefully looked at the spiritual herbs planted on the red earth soil. With this look, her eyes couldn't help but light up. Good stuff. There's even 1,000-year 7-leaf fire spirit flower. TSK. Not simple. The disciple beside her was secretly surprised when he heard this. Did this grandmaster know about spiritual herbs? He could actually tell that the soil was baked deep, red earth soil. He only knew about this soil from his grandmaster. Otherwise, he wouldn't know what was so special about this red soil. According to his master, this red mud could make fire attribute spirit herbs grow faster and more luxuriant. It could also double the growth of fire attribute spirit herbs. Therefore, all the spirit herbs planted on this red mud field were fire attribute spirit herbs. Just as he was thinking, he saw the grandmaster take out a shovel from somewhere and dig out the 1,000-year 7-leaf fire spirit flower. He was so scared that his eyes almost fell out. "Grandmaster, no, you can't." He cried out in surprise and hurriedly stepped forward. "This is Master's treasure. Master treasures it very much. He doesn't even allow others to touch it. It's precisely because I know it's a treasure that I want it. If it's not a treasure, it's useless to me." Fengjiu said. She continued to carefully dig with her shovel. She wanted to move this spirit herb to her space and plant it there. Later on, she would find time to refine it into a pill. If she took this pill, the fire attribute in her body would definitely skyrocket. "Martial ancestor, this is Master's lifeblood," the disciple said with a long face. Upon hearing this, Fengjiu turned around and scolded. "Nonsense! Your Shizuan's family jewels are in his crotch." Puchi. On the other side, Wanyan Xianhua heard this and couldn't help but burst out laughing. The more she laughed, the louder she laughed. She laughed so hard that she looked extremely charming. When she finally stopped laughing, she pressed one hand against her chest and used the other to wipe away the tears from the corners of her eyes. She smiled and said, "Xiaojiu, how can you be so bad? If Supremacy CK heard this, how would he dare to appear in front of you in the future?" Fengjiu smiled and said, "Am I bad? I'm clearly just telling the truth. It's this little disciple who's being naughty. He actually said that this spirit herb is his master's lifeblood. Isn't this nonsense?" Chapter 2908. The naive disciple still didn't know that he had been tricked and was still trying to emphasize it. At this time, Fengjiu had already dug up the spiritual medicine and sent it into the space. She then looked at the other two spiritual medicines. These two are also not bad. "Grandmaster." The disciple's face was already red with anxiety, like an ant on a hot pan, and didn't know what to do. "Don't worry, I'll leave after digging up two more." Fengjiu didn't even raise her head as she spoke. She dug up another two spiritual medicines that were older, then patted her hands in satisfaction, brushed off the dirt on her robes, and stood up. Okay, I won't dig anymore, lest you cry later," Fengjiu said with a smile and patted the disciple's shoulder. "Grandmaster, the 3 oldest spiritual medicines were all dug up by you. If Shizuan comes, how? How will I explain it to him?" The disciple asked with red eyes and a face full of worry. "Just telling the truth. Don't worry, your Shizuan won't vent his anger on you," she said with a smile and walked towards Wanyan Xianhua. "Sister, let's go look at other places." "Okay, let's go look at other places." Wanyan Xianhua pursed her lips and said with a smile. She left the medicine field with her and went to another place. There's still many treasures in Honored CK's palace. Do you want to go take a look? Wanyan Qianhua asked. No treasure can compare to these spiritual medicines. Feng Jiu chuckled and said, let's go to Mu Xian's mountain peak to take a look. Does he have anything good there? Honored Mu Xian. He doesn't have a medicine field, but he has 2 purple gold spirit deer. They're really beautiful. I'll take you to see them. Those 2 deer are very intelligent, and he treasures them very much. Feng Jiu was stunned. Purple gold spirit deer? That can't be right. That's an extremely rare giant spirit deer. It said that it's a spirit beast that eats gold and jade. It's very precious. I've never seen a purple gold spirit deer in many forests. That is indeed the case. It is precisely because they're extremely rare that Reverend Mu Xian treasures them so much. You don't know, but he spent a lot of effort for those 2 purple gold spirit deer. It is said that these 2 purple gold spirit deer have grown up with a lot of effort. Moreover, these 2 purple gold spirit deer only eat things like gold and jade. Hearing this, Feng Jiu's eyes flashed with excitement. Then I really want to see it. I've only seen this thing in the book of 10,000 beasts. I've never seen a living thing. Wanyan Qianhua pursed his lips and chuckled. However, even if you're interested, I don't think he is willing to give you these 2 purple gold spirit deer. See, she smiled slyly. If it really was the purple gold spirit deer, she had to find a way to get it. Plus, she had a lot of treasures, so she didn't believe that he wouldn't trade. The 2 arrived at Mu Xian's main peak. After entering the main peak, the disciples all respectfully greeted their ancestor. The 2 directly walked inside, and under Wanyan Qianhua's guidance, they arrive at the place where the 2 purple gold spirit deer were being raised. Look, this is it. Honored Mu Xian set up a barrier here to prevent the 2 purple gold spirit deer from escaping. Wanyan Qianhua gestured for her to look forward. Chapter 2909. Inside the barrier, the 2 adult purple gold spirit deer sometimes walked on the ground, sometimes leaped into the air, galloping in the air. The adult purple gold spirit deer had strong bodies and slender legs. Their bodies seemed to contain power, and every leap was full of power. Their purple fur and golden markings set off each other, and the strange pattern markings and luxurious and dazzling colors made them look exceptionally beautiful, especially the 2 long and curved antlers on their heads. Purple and gold spots were produced along the antlers, emitting a dazzling light under the sun. They were so beautiful that they didn't seem to belong to this world. They're really beautiful and pleasing to the eye. They're really worthy of being rare beasts in the world. Feng Jiu couldn't help but exclaim. She felt that the 2 purple gold spirit deer were incomparably beautiful. Yes, otherwise, how could Venerable Mu Xian treasure them so much? Wanyan Qianhua chuckled, looking at the 2 flying spirit deer, and said, moreover, these spirit deer can gallop in the air without wings. They're power type, and their fighting strength isn't weak. I'll go in and take a look, Feng Jiu said, and flashed into the barrier, heading towards the 2 spirit deer. Wanyan Qianhua was startled, looking at Feng Jiu who passed through the barrier. After a moment of surprise, she walked forward and said, can this barrier be entered? Just as she was speaking, she saw that as soon as she touched the barrier, she was bounced back by an invisible force and was forced to retreat a few meters. She was slightly startled, brushed her sleeves, and looked at the barrier in front of her with some doubts. Feng Jiu could actually go in without the barrier being broken? At this time, Feng Jiu, who was chasing the purple gold spirit deer in the barrier, had excitement in her eyes. For her, these are not only 2 spirit deer that were extremely ornamental and could fly, but also 2 precious elixirs. The antler powder of the purple gold spirit deer, as long as she scraped off a little bit, it would be a holy antidote. If it was used to make medicinal liquid or to refine pills, the detoxification effect would be increased several times. Taking advantage of the fact that Mu Xian hadn't arrived yet, she first scraped off some and put them away. Later, she would think of a way to get these 2 spirit deer. While he was pondering, the red figure flashed and caught one of the spirit deer. He released his ancient pressure, and the purple gold spirit deer, which wanted to escape, immediately lay down obediently. Good girl. She stroked the purple gold spirit deer's head and said with a smile. At the same time, she took out a knife and a bottle from the space and carefully scraped off a layer of antler powder from the deer's antlers. The purple gold spirit deer looked at Fengjiu with its watery eyes, one purple and one gold. It had a pitiful look on its face as it let out soft cries. Fengjiu scraped a small bottle of powder from its antlers before patting its head. With a flip of her palm, a pill appeared between her fingers. This is your compensation. She chuckled and spread out the pill. The purple gold spirit deer smelled the pill, and its eyes flashed with joy. It opened its mouth and stretched out its tongue, swallowing the pill in Fengjiu's palm, and then rubbed its head against her palm. Chapter 29:10. Fengjiu chuckled as she rubbed the purple gold spirit deer's head. She then took out a pill and spread it out in her palm. Eat. I have enough antler powder. You don't need to scrape it off. Ing. The purple gold spirit deer cried out in joy. It stuck out its tongue and swallowed the pill in Fengjiu's palm. Then it licked Fengjiu's palm, causing her to chuckle. It said that your speed is extremely fast. Let's test your speed. Come and chase me. Let's see how fast you are, she said warmly as she patted the two spirit deer's head. Do you understand? Ing. The two purple gold spirit deer nodded and stood up. When they stood up, they were taller than Fengjiu by more than half. Fengjiu turned around and flew into the air. Come quickly. As soon as her voice fell, the two purple gold spirit deer chased after her. Wanyan Xinhua, who was outside the barrier, couldn't help but open her beautiful eyes wide in astonishment. Two purple gold spirit deer that didn't like strangers were actually chasing her? What on earth had she done? Why were these two spirit deer so obedient to her? On the other side, CK, who heard a disciple say that Fengjiu went to the medicine field, quickly rushed to the medicine field. However, when he arrived, he saw another disciple squatting in the medicine field. He looked around and didn't see Fengjiu's figure, so he asked, Didn't you say that your martial ancestor came? Why didn't I see his? Before he finished speaking, his gaze fell on the medicine field in front of him. He sucked in a breath of cold air and suddenly strode forward. Where's my 1,000-year-old seven-leaf fire spirit flower? Why is there only one pit left? Who? Who is so bold? Who dares to steal my 1,000-year-old spirit herb? The disciple was so scared that his face turned white. He stammered, Master, it's the martial ancestor. It's the martial ancestor who dug it. Also the two over here. He pointed to the side and couldn't continue. When he heard this and saw the other two pits, he almost fainted from anger. The 3 stalks of the oldest spirit herbs were gone just like that. No, I'm going to get it back. He turned around and walked out. However, before he left the herb field, he bumped into Venerable Mu Xen, who was walking in from outside. Venerable Mu Xen saw that he was so angry that his face turned red, as if he was going to kill someone. He asked in surprise, What's wrong? What happened? Our good master, you actually dug out my 3 stalks of 1,000-year-old spirit herbs. CK took a deep breath. She felt like the anger in her heart was about to explode, but she couldn't find an outlet. Hearing this, Mu Xien was stunned. Your 3,000-year-old spiritual herbs? Ha ha ha, you deserve to be dug up. Who asked you to plant such precious spirit herbs in this medicinal field and even let people come and go as they please? If I had known, I would have set up a barrier. No, I'm going to get it back. I was going to ask Yao Feng to help me refine those 3 spirit herbs into pills. Now that she has taken them, CK became more and more anxious as he spoke. Mu Xen, who was watching from the side, hurriedly comforted him. Okay, don't worry. She's not an alchemist, so it's useless even if she took them. She probably just wants to take something from us. He smiled and said, Later, I'll accompany you to get them back for Master. Chapter 29:11. But she had planted the 3,000-year-old spiritual herbs among the other spiritual herbs. So how did she recognize the 3 spiritual herbs? CK was puzzled. At this moment, a disciple ran in, panting, Seeing that it was not a disciple from his peak, he asked, "Whose disciple are you? What are you doing here?" Venerable Mu Exen looked back and asked in surprise, "Why are you here? Your disciple?" CK looked at Mu Exen and asked. Mu Exen smiled and said, "Yes, he's a disciple in charge of guarding the purple gold spirit deer." As he spoke, the smile on his face froze. He quickly grabbed the disciple's collar and asked anxiously, "Don't tell me that your grandmaster went to the main peak." "Yes, yes." The disciple panted and nodded quickly. Seeing CK's shocked face, he quickly said, "Master, Grandmaster went to the purple gold spirit deer." Phew! Mu Exen took a deep breath and let go of the disciple's collar. He waved his hand as if to comfort himself and said, "It's okay. It's okay. I don't plant any spiritual herbs on my peak. Even if there are precious things, I've set up barriers and formations. She can't go in. She can't go in." Hearing this, the disciple opened his mouth and looked at CK in front of him. In the end, he braced himself and said, "Master, then Grandmaster went in. Where did she go?" Mu Exen glanced at him and asked. "She went into the barrier where the purple gold spirit deer were kept," the disciple said, and carefully took a step back. "She broke my barrier?" Mu Exen glared and asked angrily in a low voice. No, Grandmaster didn't break the barrier. She just walked in. Then, the two purple gold spirit deer followed behind her and played with her. They were very close to Grandmaster. The disciple whispered and stole a glance at his master. Seeing that his master didn't believe him, he added, "It's true. If you don't believe me, Master, go back and take a look." CK was also startled. He knew about the purple gold spirit deer. It wasn't close to strangers. How could it be with their master? This shouldn't be the case. Immediately, he said to Mu Exen, "Let's go and take a look. Speaking of which, Master is very strange. If you're late, your two purple gold spirit deer might be taken away by her." Hearing this, Mu Exen immediately became anxious. He took to his heels and rushed out while roaring, "Those are the two treasures that I've been feeding Jinyu since she was young. Whoever dares to snatch them from me, I'll fight them." When CK saw this, she hurriedly chased after her. The two of them were running like the wind, and Mu Exen was in a hurry. It didn't take long for the news to spread throughout the entire sect. It was said that the master of CK and Mu Exen had dug out CK's 3,000-year-old elixirs and then went to Mu Exen's purple gold spirit deer. It seemed that she had designs on the purple gold spirit deer. For a time, the entire immortal sect was talking about this. There were even some curious disciples who followed behind the two venerables, planning to watch the show. When Mu Exen arrived at the purple gold spirit deer's location like the wind, she saw dozens of disciples surrounding it. She immediately shouted angrily, "What are you all doing here? Hurry up and disperse." As soon as she shouted, the disciples quickly dispersed and made a path for her. Chapter 29:12. Inside the barrier, Fengjiu, dressed in red, was about to leave, but the two purple gold spirit deer bit her robe and pulled her back, not letting her go. Seeing this scene, he only felt that his previous cognition had been overturned. God knows how many gold jades and treasures he had fed these two purple gold spirit deer before they let him touch them. What was going on now? His two treasures were unwilling to let Fengjiu leave? Were they crazy? Or did they take the wrong medicine? "Don't bite. It'll be troublesome if you tear my robe," Fengjiu said helplessly. She turned around and patted the heads of the two spirit deer, saying, "Be good, let go, let go." Unexpectedly, the two purple gold spirit deer bit the corner of her robe tightly and shook their heads, indicating that they didn't want her to leave. Seeing this, Fengjiu helplessly looked outside the barrier and saw Mu Exen standing there in a daze with her eyes almost popping out. She shouted, "Mu Exen, come here." Mu Exen stepped forward in a daze and asked, What's going on? Why did my purple gold spirit deer?" Fengjiu spread out her hands and said innocently, "I don't know. They seemed to like me when I came in. As you can see, they don't let me go. I'm also helpless." She turned her eyes slightly and said with a smile, "Mu Ex, it must be very difficult for you to raise these two spirit deer, right?" Hearing this, Mu Exine shivered and asked defensively, Master, what do you want to do? I thought that if it's difficult for you to raise these two spirit deer, I can help. She said with a smile, Master, you don't have to worry. I'm used to raising them. I don't think it's difficult to raise them. He quickly said, I see. Okay then. Fengjiu shrugged and said, Can you tell them not to bite the corner of my robe now? Hearing this, Venerable Mu Exin stepped forward, took out a handful of gold coins, and placed them in his palm. Come, let's eat. However, the two purple gold spirit deer didn't even look at him and moved to the side as if they were avoiding him. Mu Xian's mouth twitched and the veins on his forehead popped out. Seeing this, Fengjiu chuckled and said to the two spirit deer, Let go, I'll come back tomorrow. Hearing this, the two purple gold spirit deer released their jaws and looked at Fengjiu. Their mouths were still crying as if they were saying that they must come tomorrow. CK walked over and looked at Fengjiu, who was standing inside the barrier, and asked, Master, can you return the 3,000-year-old herbs in my medicine field to me? Upon hearing this, Fengjiu glanced at CK and asked with a smile, Are you an alchemist? No, CK said, but I want to ask Yao Feng to refine the 3 herbs into pills for me. Is it the Scarlet Cloud pill? Fengjiu asked. CK was startled and asked, Master, you know? Fengjiu smiled and said, The Scarlet Cloud pill is an 8th grade pill. It's refined with the help of 108 different herbs. Among them, 10 of the main herbs must be at least 1,000 years old. She paused and turned her eyes, slowly saying, A Scarlet Cloud pill can double the size and toughness of an enlightened master's meridians. It can also help an enlightened master break through to the perfection realm of the enlightened master and improve one's strength. Chapter 29:13. Pill venerates badge. He cried out in surprise, his eyes widening as he stared at the badge on Fengjiu's chest in disbelief. Her strength was already so abnormal, but other than that, she was also a pill venerate. Fengjiu thought for a moment, then said, I've been busy recently, so I didn't go to the Alchemy Guild for the assessment. I think that with my current alchemy skills, I should have reached the level of a pill deity. Hearing this, CK's entire body trembled with excitement. He felt his blood rush to his head. Pill deity? Master has reached the level of a pill deity? Then wouldn't she be able to refine pills that ordinary alchemists couldn't? Thinking of this, he became excited. Master, are those 3 stalks of spirit medicine enough? If not, I'll go pick some more for Master. I also have 1,000-year snow lingji that I've treasured for a long time. Master, I'll bring it to you. CK's mind was blank. He probably didn't know what to say anymore. He only knew that his master was a powerful alchemist, and she could refine pills that other alchemists couldn't. At that moment, he only wanted to give her his treasured spiritual herbs to please her. In the future, he could ask her to refine pills that could help them advance or even save their lives. Seeing CK run away, Mu Xian was also stunned. He didn't react for a long time. What's going on? He stared at the badge on Fengjiu's chest and asked hesitantly, Master, are you really a pill venerate alchemist? Yes. Fengjiu nodded. Didn't you see it? This badge can't be fake. Mu Xian sucked in a breath and asked, But, aren't you a profound and spiritual dual cultivator? How are you a pill venerate alchemist? And a pill venerate alchemist? Fengjiu pursed his lips and smiled. Your master is very capable. This is just the tip of the iceberg. It is your fortune to be able to acknowledge me as your master. Mu Xian was stunned. Looking at the smiling Fengjiu, he suddenly felt that this master was really abnormal. Maybe it was really, as she said, she had a lot of abilities. Maybe it was really their fortune to have such a powerful master. Thinking of CK's actions just now, Mu Xian hesitated and asked, Master, do you like my 2 purple gold spirit deer? Those 2 little things are not bad. They are indeed rare treasures. Fengjiu nodded and looked back at the 2 purple gold spirit deer. Hearing this, Venerable Mu Xian took a deep breath and said, Since Master has taken a fancy to them, I will give these 2 purple gold spirit deer to Master. Take it as my filial piety. As he spoke, He waved his hand to remove the boundary. The two purple gold spirit deer quickly ran out and jumped to Fengjiu's side. Seeing this, Mu Xian's mouth twitched. In any case, he had raised them for so many years. How could they be subdued by a person he had only met once? How could he not feel depressed? Although I am your master, it is somewhat unreasonable to take away your two treasures, Fengjiu said and glanced at the two purple gold spirit deer. Mu Xian smiled bitterly. It is because these two spirit deer are rare treasures that disciple can give them to master. Master, please accept them. It is also a small token of my appreciation. Chapter 29:14. Of course. Mu Xian nodded. Although it pained him, he didn't show it on his face. He had raised those two spirit deer for so long, and had fed them so much gold and jade to grow into what they were today. But now, the two spirit deer were staring at him, their master, and didn't even look at him, the person who had raised them. Their hearts were no longer with him. So what was the point of keeping them? It was better to give them away as a favor. Hearing this, Fengjiu smiled and looked at him, saying, "In that case, I'll accept it." As she spoke, she moved her hand, and a bottle of pills appeared in her palm. "This pill is for you. Although it's not as amazing as the Scarlet Cloud pill, it can help you break through your current threshold," Fengjiu said, and looked at Wanyan Xinhua. "Sister, let's go back." "Okay." Wanyan Xinhua walked forward and looked at the two purple gold spirit deer beside her with some surprise. He didn't expect that she would obtain so many treasures just by coming out for a walk. Thus, Wanyan Xinhua flew on the white crane, Fengjiu sat on one of the spirit deer, and the other spirit deer stepped into the air beside them and went back to the cave residence. At that moment, Mu Xian still hadn't recovered from his shock. He stared blankly at the medicinal pill in his hand. He suddenly turned around and took it out to take a look. When he did, his hand trembled and he almost dropped the medicinal pill on the ground. "A 7th-level top-grade pill," he exclaimed and hurriedly put the pill back into the bottle and went back to the cave residence. He planned to try this pill and see if it could really help him break through his current threshold, as she said. After they left, the surrounding disciples also dispersed. They were all discussing what had just happened. Therefore, it didn't take long for the entire sect to know that the master of CK and Mu Xian was not only a powerful person, but also a pill venerable level alchemist. She casually gave the extremely precious 7th-grade elixir to venerable Mu Xian. After receiving the elixir, Mu Xian quickly returned to her cave residence. Once the news spread, it caused a great commotion in the sect. When the immortal monarch of the immortal sect was about to call Mu Xian to ask about it, he was informed that venerable Mu Xian had already gone into seclusion. Therefore, the immortal monarch summoned a few alchemists from the pill refining mountain. The few alchemists who heard the news were also surprised. Pill venerable? That was impossible, right? Fengjiu was so young. How could he be a mystic spirit cultivator and a pill venerable level pill master? However, at that time, it was said that many disciples had seen her take out a pill venerable's badge and wear it on her chest. Thus, they were really quite curious about this matter. If she really was a pill venerable, then they wanted to discuss the Tao of pill refinement with her. On the other side, CK, who had heard the news, brought the 1,000-year-old elixir that he had treasured for many years to Fengjiu's cave residence and asked for an audience. "Master, disciple CK requests an audience." In the past, he wouldn't have called himself a disciple. However, things were different now. He looked at the cave residents eagerly and tried his best to calm himself down. "Sister, sit down and have a cup of tea first," Fengjiu said from inside the cave residence. He let Wanyan Xinhua have a cup of tea first, then stood up and walked out. Chapter 29:15. "Master." CK hurriedly bowed when he saw her and presented the box to her with both hands. "Master, this is a 1,000-year-old snow Ganoderma that I've collected for many years. Please accept it." Fengjiu didn't accept it. Instead, she clasped her hands behind her back and looked at him. "Take this snow Ganoderma back. I dug up 3 of your 1,000-year-old spiritual herbs. When the time comes and the Scarlet Cloud pill is refined, I'll give one to you." Upon hearing this, CK's heart skipped a beat. He looked at her. "Master, The Scarlet Cloud pill required more than just a few spiritual herbs. He had only dug up 3,000-year-old spiritual herbs, yet he was able to get one? This bottle can be considered as a gift for you to become my disciple. Feng Jiu turned her palm, and a bottle of pills appeared in her hand. These aren't pills for advancement, but they can save your life. There are 3 pills in here. If you take them in a dangerous situation, they can save your life. Thank you, Master. CK excitedly reached out and carefully accepted the bottle. He looked at the box in his hand and said, Master, please accept this 1,000-year-old snow Ganoderma. Otherwise, I'll feel guilty and uneasy. He once again presented the snow Ganoderma to her. Feng Jiu was silent for a moment before reaching out to accept it. Since that's the case, I'll accept it. Thank you, Master. CK was delighted. He smiled and asked, Master, are you really not going to stay in the immortal sect for long? Yes, we plan to leave in 2 days. Feng Jiu replied. Which town would you like to go to? If there's no specific place, I'm willing to arrange it for you. Feng Jiu wanted to refuse, but then she remembered that her sister had said that CK and Mu Xan had powerful families behind them. Thus, she said, the nearest town to the immortal sect is Four Corner City. It's said that it's the most prosperous town in the area. If there's anyone familiar with the area, please have someone find us a residence there. Upon hearing this, CK respectfully replied, Don't worry, Master. I'll take care of this. He bowed and retreated. Immediately, he sent a disciple to Four Corner City. Back inside, Feng Jiu told Xianyuan Mose and Wanyan Xianhua about Quebec. Finally, she said, since he asked that question, I'll let him make the arrangements. Letting him make the arrangements will save us a lot of trouble. Venerable CK's family branch is in Four Corner City. He only needs to give an order. In the meantime, you can stay here at ease. It won't be too late to leave after he has made the arrangements, Wanyan Xianhua said with a smile and took a sip of tea to moisten his throat. Yes, Feng Jiu replied. Looking at Xianyuan Mose, he asked, Sister, did you see a man called Mo Chun come here before us? Mo Chun had come here before them, but they'd been here for a day or two and hadn't heard anything about him. Xianyuan asked about this just now. I've never seen that man called Mo Chun before, but I heard that someone came down from the immortal stairs. But no one knows where that person went. Wanyan Xianhua said. Feng Jiu was surprised. Don't all people who come down from the immortal stairs come to this sect? Chapter 29:16. It's also possible that he has something to do. When he's done, he'll probably come find us, Xianyuan Mose said, then took a sip of tea. He knows that we'll come. Feng Jiu nodded. Maybe. But he was worried about Mo Chun when he didn't see him. I should go back. When you're ready to leave, I'll send you into the city. Wanyan Xianhua said, standing up. Feng Jiu also stood up and sent her out before returning. Xianyuan Mose looked at the 2 spirit deer and asked, What's the use of these 2 spirit deer? Feng Jiu smiled. I'm going to let them pull the carriage. We'll find some time to build a carriage and let these 2 purple gold spirit deer pull it. When we go out, we'll be able to sit in the carriage. She smiled and said, Moreover, these purple gold spirit deer are treasures. The antlers are precious antidotes. This time, we've really profited. You've gotten these, but you still have to give them some pills, right? You can't say that. After all, they're our disciples. For us, pills are easy to get. It's worth it to give them these things as a favor. Feng Jiu smiled and said, Look, CK also brought the 1,000-year snow Ganoderma. With one hand supporting her cheek, she took out the snow Ganoderma with the other and looked at it. She said, I'll help him refine this into a pill later. She then asked, Oh right, have you finished reading that book? I haven't read a third of it, Xianyuan Mose said, but I've roughly figured it out. He took out a map and said to her, Look, it's like this in the cave. Xianyuan Mose explained the distribution of the continent to her in detail, as well as some of the powers and sections. As for CK, she instructed her disciples to go down the mountain, and then she was summoned by the immortal master. In Venerable Mu Xian's cave residence, he was cultivating in seclusion after taking the pill. The next day, he finally broke through the threshold that he had been unable to cross. He could not help but be overjoyed. As peak heavenly god-level powerhouses, it was extremely difficult for them to even take a small step forward. Now, with just a single pill, he had actually crossed the threshold of cultivation and made a small breakthrough. Even if it was only a small breakthrough, according to his usual cultivation speed, this small breakthrough would take at least 10 years. Now, it actually only took him a day and a night. How could he not be overjoyed? He walked out of the Immortal's cave feeling refreshed. Just as he was about to tell his master about the effects of the pill he had taken, he saw a disciple in front of him quickly walking over. Venerable Mu Xian, the Immortal Master ordered me to wait here. Once you come out of seclusion, I'm to invite the Immortal Master over. He has something to ask you, the disciple said respectfully. The disciple said respectfully as he secretly sized up Venerable Mu Xian. He wanted to see if there was any difference after Venerable Mu Xian had consumed the elixir. However, he was too weak to see the difference. The Immortal Master is looking for me. Venerable Mu Xian was stunned for a moment. He thought for a moment and realized what the Immortal Master wanted. So he said, "All right, I'll go over now." With that, he flicked his sleeves, gathered his chi, and flew on his sword to the main peak where the Immortal Master was. Chapter 29:17. I heard that Feng Jiu gave you an elixir. Is it really that powerful? Venerable Ling Mu looked at Mu Xian and clicked his tongue in wonder. Haha, I did make a small breakthrough, Venerable Mu Xian said with a smile, then asked, "Why are you here? Did the Immortal call you here too?" Venerable Ling Mu stared at him, then sat down and said, "I heard that you came out of seclusion, so I came to take a look. You've only been in seclusion for a day and a night, but you actually made a breakthrough. That's incredible." Yes, according to the cultivation speed of the past, taking this small step would take about 10 years or so. I have to say, Honor Master is indeed worthy of being a senior alchemist. Just a pill he casually took out is already so powerful, Yang Kai said sincerely, his heart filled with admiration. Yes, your two masters haven't come out since they entered the cave. Yesterday, the Immortals sent people to invite them, but they failed. It's not easy to see them. Venerable Ling Mu looked at him and said, "You and CK are lucky to have Feng Jiu as your master. You'll benefit a lot in the future." Hearing this, Venerable Mu Xian laughed. "We didn't think about that at first. We were just willing to admit defeat. Master is an alchemy venerable. We didn't expect him to be an alchemy venerable. That's why you've profited. I heard from my Qianhua that Feng Jiu is an incredible person." An enchanting and beautiful figure walked out. The two looked over and saw Venerable Snow Jade. They asked, "Is there something else we don't know?" Venerable Snow Jade knows. Another voice rang out. The few of them looked over and saw the Immortal Monarch and a few old men walking out together. Behind them, there were two alchemists. "Greetings, Immortal Master," and several elders. The three people bowed respectfully. "Sit down." The Immortal Master waved his hand and then looked at Venerable Snow Jade, saying, "Xin Yuan Mose and Feng Jiu come from the lower realm. It's difficult for us to find out about the lower realm, so we don't know what kind of people they are. Since your disciple knows, did you ask for details?" Venerable Snow Jade smiled. "Immortal Master, how can I ask for details? Qianhua is Feng Jiu's sworn sister. She is also on Feng Jiu's side. Moreover, you know what kind of person Qianhua is. If she doesn't want to say anything, she won't say anything even if I break my mouth." She smiled. "However, I heard her say that Feng Jiu is not only excellent in alchemy, but his medical skills are even more outstanding." Hearing this, everyone was slightly surprised, especially Venerable Mu Xian, who found it hard to believe. He knew how powerful his master's medicinal pills were. If the medicinal effects of the medicinal pills were like this, then his medical skills must be extraordinary as well. When the Immortal Master heard this, his heart moved slightly. He was still thinking that if he could, he would recruit Feng Jiu and Xin Yuan Mose and make them a part of their immortal sect. In this way, if the immortal sect was in danger in the future, it would be much easier to ask them to help. The elders were silent. No one knew what they were thinking. The two alchemy masters behind them looked at each other, then looked at Venerable Mu Xian and asked, "Venerable Mu Xian, do you still have that pill?" Chapter 29:18. Mu Xn glanced at them and said, "Immortal monarch, if there's nothing else, I'll go to my master's place first." Hearing this, the immortal monarch took a deep breath and said, "Go." Mu Xin will take his leave. After bowing, he nodded to everyone and left first. Watching him leave, the two alchemists said, "Immortal monarch, Venerable Mu Xin's strength has indeed broken through the threshold. With his strength at the peak of the divine realm, it's not easy for him to break through to the peak of divine realm. Even a small step will take him 10 years. Now, because of a pill, it only took him 1 day and 1 night to shorten his cultivation time by 10 years. Fengjiu's alchemy skills are indeed extraordinary." "That's true." The immortal monarch nodded and sighed. "It's a pity that the two of them are unwilling to become our sect's consecrators. The two of them were powerful, and one of them was a venerable alchemist. The other alchemists had no fate with their sect. It could only be said that they had missed the opportunity." Ling Mu and Venerable Snow Jade looked at each other and then said, "Immortal monarch, we still have something to deal with in the peak, so we'll take our leave first." With that, they also turned and left. Seeing this, the immortal monarch didn't say anything. He just waved his hand and said to the others, "You can go back too." With that, he also left with his hands behind his back. It's reasonable to say that even if Xinyuan, Mose, and Fengjiu are unwilling to be our sect's consecrators, it's not a big deal. But why do I feel that the immortal monarch seems to be very worried? One of the alchemists looked at the elders and asked, "And I can feel it too." Another alchemist nodded. "Haha, don't think too much. The immortal monarch just wants our sect to have more outstanding talents." One of the elders said with a smile and said to the two alchemists, "You two can go back first. Venerable Mu Xin is now going to his master's place. If you two go with him now, maybe you can ask Fengjiu about the pill." Hearing this, the two alchemists' eyes lit up and they hurriedly said, "Then we'll go first." With that, they hurriedly left. After they left, the elders looked at each other and sighed softly. Even the two alchemists who are obsessed with pills can see it. The other person said, "Actually, the two of them took in CK and Mu Xin as disciples. This way, it doesn't mean that it has nothing to do with our immortal sect. I think that if we really need help in the future, we should ask them for help. If we want them to help us in the future, we have to let them feel the goodwill of our sect. However, the Venerables made things difficult for them, and the immortal monarch didn't stop them. I'm afraid." Hearing this, the others frowned and couldn't help but sigh softly. Maybe the immortal monarch put his hopes on CK and Mu Xin because of this. After saying this, they looked at each other speechlessly. In the end, they shook their heads and left together. Chapter 29:19. "Oh, you come out?" CK looked at him and scanned his body. Sensing the surging aura on his body, he couldn't help but praise, "Master's pills are truly divine. It's only been a day and a night, but your aura has changed." "Haha, that's true. That's why I wanted to tell Master about it as soon as I came out, but I didn't expect to be summoned by the immortal Master's men as soon as I left the cave." Mu Xin stopped and looked at CK. "I think the immortal Master must be regretting it now. Both masters have their own plans. Let's not talk about it," CK said with a wave of his hand. Hearing this, Mu Xin asked, "Did Master give you any medicinal pills?" CK, who was about to step forward, paused and looked at him with a smile. "Yes." "Really? What kind of pills are they?" Mu Xin was slightly surprised and immediately asked. He wanted to know the effects of the pills. "Master gave me 3 life-saving pills. She said that they might give me a chance of survival in times of crisis," CK said. His heart trembled as he thought of the 3 pills in the bottle. I wonder how effective those 3 pills are. Now that he had the 3 pills, he really wanted to take them out and take a look. However, when he thought about how they were life-saving pills, he didn't dare to waste them. 3 pills? Mu Xin was stunned. His voice rose slightly as he stared at CK. "I only have 1 pill, but you have 3? What grade are they? Take them out and let me see." At this moment, he didn't look like a venerable at all. CK glanced at him and coughed lightly. "It's my business that Master gave me 3 pills. Don't stare at me like you've been starving for a long time. No matter how much you stare, I won't give you one. Mu Xian's mouth twitched. He seemed to realize that he had lost his composure. He coughed lightly and said, "Why would I think that? I just want to see what kind of pills Master gave you." "It's useless to look at other people's things," CK said casually as he walked forward. Mu Xian was stunned for a moment, then shook his head and laughed. "That's right. It's useless to look at other people's things. Even if he looked at them, they wouldn't belong to him. Why would he look at them?" The two walked towards the cave residence. Mu Xian glanced at him and asked, "I'm here to tell Master about the effects of the pills. What are you here for?" "Oh, you don't know? Master asked me to find a residence for them in Four Corner City. Now that the matter has been settled, I naturally came to inform Master." "Master, they're going to stay in Four City? Isn't that very close to us?" Mu Xian was delighted, for City was the closest and most prosperous city to their sect. If they stayed there, it would be easy for them to find their two masters in the future. "I've already chosen a place. It's up to the two masters to see if they're satisfied," CK said as they arrived in front of the cave residence and let the two disciples who were guarding it pass the message. Seeing this, Mu Xian also waited outside. Not long after, a red figure walked out of the cave residence. When the two saw her, they immediately cupped their hands and bowed. Disciples greet Master. Chapter 29:20. "You're here? Have you settled the matters regarding the mansion?" Fengjiu asked as he glanced at the two of them. With one glance, he knew that Mu Xian had taken the elixir and crossed the threshold. "Master, I'm here to report that after taking the elixir, it's really miraculous," Mu Xian said joyfully and respectfully. "Yes, I can see that." Fengjiu nodded. "Master, the disciples we sent to Sifang City have returned. They said that the mansions prepared for you two have been arranged. This is the title deed." CK took out a box from her sleeve and handed it over. Hearing this, Fengjiu opened it and glanced at it. He said, "Since that's the case, let's go down the mountain today." The people in the space were still unconscious. It was time to wake them up. "I'll send you off, Master," the two of them said in unison. "There's no need. The address is on the title deed. We can go there ourselves." She waved her hand and turned to walk inside. Seeing that Xianyuan Mose was cultivating in the cave, she packed up her things and thought that she would call him later. Unexpectedly, he came out after a while. "Did they send the title deed?" Xianyuan Mose asked. "Yes, they said that they've chosen a mansion. I think it's about time to leave." Fengjiu said, "But I still have to tell my sister. They're quite fast." Xianyuan Mose said, "Since that's the case, I'll go with you to say goodbye." "Okay," she responded. The two of them had only taken out some small things, so there wasn't much to pack. They simply put some things into the space. The two of them left the cave. The people outside were still waiting. Seeing them come out, two disciples in green asked, "Grandmaster, are you going down the mountain? Will you come back in the future?" Hearing this, Fengjiu smiled. He looked at the two and said, "Yes, I'm going down the mountain. As for whether I'll come back in the future, that's hard to say." Her gaze swept across the two disciples. Seeing that they were only at the peak of the foundation establishment stage, she took out 2 bottles and gave one to each of them. These 2 bottles each contain a medicinal pill. It can help you break through to the peak of the foundation establishment stage. The two of them looked at her in surprise and immediately knelt down to thank her. "Thank you, Grandmaster. Thank you, Grandmaster." Seeing this, CK and Mu Xian said to Xianyuan Mose and Fengjiu, "We will keep this cave residence for you. If you have nothing to do, you can come back and stay for a few days." "Are they leaving?" Xianyuan Mose and Fengjiu looked over at the same time. They saw Wanyan Qianhua riding a red-crowned crane towards them. When the red-crowned crane landed, she walked over as well. "Sister, we were just about to go and say goodbye to you," Fengjiu said. He walked up to her and held her hand. He smiled and said, "I didn't expect you to come over. Did you know that we were leaving today?" "How would I know that you were leaving today? I received a mission and had to go out, so I came over to say goodbye to you. I didn't expect you to leave today," Wanyan Qianhua said. Looking at the two of them, she asked, "Is a residence ready?" "Yes, it's ready. You can move in once you get there, Fengjiu said. Chapter 29-21. Sister, is your mission dangerous? Fengjiu asked. That won't happen. I can handle it. Wanyan Xianhua looked at CK and Mu Xin with a smile. Supremacies, are you going to send them off too? Looking at Wanyan Xianhua, the two of them smiled and replied, Of course. Since the masters are leaving as disciples, we naturally have to send them off. Seeing that everyone was here, Xinyuan Mose and Fengjiu asked them to send them off at the Immortal Sect's gate before letting them go back. When the Immortal Sect's immortal masters heard that they were leaving, they stood on the main peak and watched from afar. Xinyuan Mose and Fengjiu walked down mountain. When they reached a place where there was no one around, they scanned the surroundings with their divine senses. After confirming that there was no one around, Xinyuan Mose said, You can wake them up here. Okay, Fengjiu replied. With a wave of his sleeve, Lung Hua and the others appeared in front of them. Fengjiu bent down and picked up little Hauer. After unsealing his acupuncture points, he carried him to Xinyuan Mose. Then he took out some medicine and brushed it under their noses. Not long after, they all woke up. Master! Master! The people lying on the ground saw the lush leaves above their heads and couldn't help but be startled. They quickly stood up and looked around. Master, where are we? This continent is called the Star Continent. It's also called the Upper Realm by the people from the Lower Realm. This is the territory of the Blue Star Immortal Sect, one of the 4 major immortal sects. The place we're going to now is Four Corner City. It's located in the southeast of the Blue Star Immortal Sect, Fengjiu said as his smiling eyes swept across everyone. For Corner City? Hui Lang was startled. There's a Four Corner City here too? Yes, this Four Corner City isn't the same Four Corner City. Naturally, it's different from where we were originally. Fengjiu said, then said to everyone, All right, you guys have slept for a few days. Let's slowly move your muscles and bones. The residences in the city have already been prepared and are just waiting for us to move in. Hearing this, everyone could not help but be slightly startled. The mansion was already prepared? How could it be so fast? Who prepared it? A series of questions popped up in their minds, but no one asked. What they should know would be known sooner or later, and what they shouldn't know was not something they could ask. Lung Hua, this is the title deed. Keep it. Fengjiu handed the title deed to Lung Hua. Yes. Lung Hua took it and opened it. Seeing that it was indeed a deed for a mansion, he looked at the location of the mansion and put it away. The dozen or so people stretched their muscles and bones, and after circulating their spiritual power throughout their bodies, they continued their journey to Four Corner City. At noon, they arrived outside Four Corner City. When they saw the words on the city gate, they couldn't help but feel excited. Was this the place where they would stay and cultivate in the future? Their gazes involuntarily turned towards the city. Looking into the distance, they saw a bustling scene. The group walked in. After entering the city gate, Lung Hua said, Master, there's a tea house up ahead. You guys should rest and have a cup of tea first. Dufan and I will go and find the location of the mansion first. All right. Fengjiu nodded and said, Be careful. If you encounter any trouble, try not to fight with others. Also, Guimo and Luo you two go as well. Yes. The 4 of them responded and walked forward. Chapter 29-22. Lung Hua and the others asked around about the distribution of places in the city. When they found out that their mansion was located in the most expensive and difficult to obtain place in the city, they couldn't help but feel a little surprised. That's strange. Master just arrived here. How did he manage to buy a mansion in such a good location? According to those people, every inch of land here is worth an inch of gold. Even if you have money, you might not be able to buy a mansion here. As Luo Yu spoke, he walked into a less populated alley and looked left and right. He saw that this place was surrounded by mansions. However, there was a distance of about 10 meters between each mansion. Each mansion was independent and luxurious. Moreover, there were 2 guards standing at the entrance of each mansion. When the guards saw them, they all stared at them and sized them up. Their gazes seemed to be saying, How did these people come to such a place? The people who live here should be part of the forces in the city. Master really knows how to find a place. He actually found a place like this. Du Fan waved his fan and smiled. Actually, this is also good. Ordinary people won't come here. It can save us a lot of trouble. Lung Hua smiled warmly. This place shouldn't be chosen by Master. If Master had chosen himself, he would have chosen a quiet and inconspicuous place for his mansion. However, it is undeniable that this place, whether it is the surroundings or the mansion, looks very exquisite and luxurious. I think it will be very comfortable to live here. Yes, this place should be good for cultivation. When the time comes, we can set up a spirit gathering formation and cultivate here. Du Fan said. Hearing their words, Gu Mo glanced at the guards and said, I think that before Master moves in, the people on both sides of the street will know that there are new residents here. I reckon that there will be people coming to find out later. Haha, what's so difficult about that? In a moment, Lung Hua and I will bring Master and the others over. You and Du Fan can stay at the mansion and set up a boundary around it. Luo Yu smiled and said. He looked at Lung Hua and asked, How long until we arrive? It should be up ahead. As Lung Hua spoke, he glanced at the room numbers in front of the door. They walked forward for a while until their gazes landed on the door with 2 stone lions. It can't be here, right? Luo Yu asked as he touched the 2 stone lions. He frowned and said, These 2 stone lions are really crude. Lung Hua checked the room number and nodded. This is the place. It's not bad. The door is locked. Is there a key? Du Fan looked at it and used his fan to lift the lock. It's actually a black iron lock. Lung Hua took out the box containing the title deed, took out the key from under the title deed, and walked forward to open the door. After pushing the door open and entering, even though he had seen many good places, his eyes couldn't help but light up. It doesn't look very eye-catching from the outside, but there's something else inside. Even the house we used to live in didn't seem to be as big and exquisite as this. TSK. I really don't know how much Master spent to buy this house. Luo Yu rubbed his chin and said. After entering, he looked around and then walked around the backyard. Seeing the countless courtyards, he couldn't help but be speechless. Isn't this place too big? Can a few of us live here? Has Master Feng arrived? Chapter 29-23. They saw a middle-aged man standing outside the door with an old man. The old man was peering inside, but didn't dare to enter. The middle-aged man stood with his hands clasped behind his back, looking nervous. At a glance, they could tell that the old man was the servant and the middle-aged man was the master. However, they didn't know them. How did they know to come here to find young Master Feng? Could it be that he knew Master? Thus, Du Fan and the others stepped forward. When they arrived at the entrance, they signaled Lung Hua with the corners of their eyes and stood to the side. Lung Hua stepped forward and asked gently, May I know who you're looking for? The old man looked at the gentle young man in front of him and was slightly startled. He turned to look at his master and asked, Little brother, has young Master Feng arrived? We're from a city's Shao family. This is our family head. We were originally ordered by our family's ancestor to find this residence for young Master Feng. Now that we heard that the residence's door was open, we wanted to pay a visit. Hearing this, Lung Hua smiled warmly. I see. He looked at the 2 and said, My master hasn't arrived yet. He only ordered us to take a look at the residence first. Oh, so young Master Feng hasn't arrived yet. The old man said, then asked with a smile, May I know your name? Lung Hua had a gentle smile on his face. It was like a spring breeze. His entire aura was gentle and refined. No one dared to look down on him. He looked at the old man and said, My surname is Lung. I'm the residence's steward. Hearing this, the old man was slightly surprised. He hurriedly cupped his hands and bowed. So young Master Lung is the steward. My apologies. To be able to become a steward at such a young age, he must be extraordinary. Steward Lung, when will young Master Feng arrive? The middle-aged man asked. That's hard to say. It depends on Master's arrangements. Lung Hua said gently. Hearing this, the middle-aged man said, Since that's the case, we'll head back first. Here are some humble gifts. I hope Steward Lung can accept them on my behalf. As he gestured, the steward took out a gift from his cosmos sack and handed it over. Lung Hua smiled. Okay, I'll tell Master that the Shao family's head sent them. Hearing this, the middle-aged man smiled. He cupped his hands and bowed before leaving with the old man. The door closed and they walked in. Du Fan said, "So, it was the Shao family who found the house. But who is their ancestor? Just go back and tell Master about it. Let's split up according to what we said earlier." Lung Hua looked at them and said, "Du Fan and Gu Mo, stay behind. First, set up a simple array around the area. We'll go find Master and bring them over." "All right." The few of them responded and split up to carry out their tasks. On the other side, the middle-aged man got into the carriage. The old man sat outside and signaled the coachman to go back. He asked, "Family head, what is the background of that young Master Feng? Why would our ancestor ask us to find such a house for him?" The disciple sent by our ancestor didn't explain in detail. "I've already sent people to find out. If nothing unexpected happens, we'll know soon." The middle-aged man leaned back and said, "But one thing is certain. This young Master Feng is not simple. Look at those 4 people. Their strength isn't outstanding, but they're not weak either. Moreover, each of them has an extraordinary bearing. They're comparable to the young masters of large families. This young Master Feng is probably even more outstanding." Chapter 29-24. I'm afraid we won't be able to see them even if we come. The middle-aged man sighed softly. "Since we can't see them today, we'll have to wait and see if there's a chance in the future." The carriage left the alley. Not long after, Lung Hua and Luo Yu walked out of the alley, preparing to bring Fengjiu and the others back to the residence. At this time, Xinyuan Mose and Fengjiu were drinking tea in the tea house, chatting as they looked at the bustling streets outside. Fengjiu said, "Later, get someone to build a carriage that can be pulled by the purple gold spirit deer. It's best if it's bigger and more complete. Leave it to Hui Lang," Xinyuan Mose said, glancing at Hui Lang. Hui Lang heard their words and hurried forward. "Yes, Master and Ghost Doctor, don't worry. Just leave it to me. After you've settled down, you should all familiarize yourselves with Sifong City. In the future, we'll be living and cultivating here." Fengjiu took a sip of tea and said, "After a while, you can also arrange for us to go out and train to improve our fighting abilities." "Yes," the others responded, watching the two chatting there. Lung Hua carried Hao and looked at the streets outside. Not long after, they saw Lung Hua and Luo Yu walking over. "Master, Lung Hua is back." Fengjiu and Xinyuan Mose looked down and saw Lung Hua walking over quickly. They thought that it hadn't been long since they went to scout. It seemed that the residence wasn't very far from here, so it should be easy to walk around. Not long after, Lung Hua came up to the second floor. "Master, Yamagod." Lung Hua bowed respectfully and said, "Master, I've found the residence. It's more luxurious and exquisite than the one we used to live in. Moreover, the residence is located in a prime location in the city. It's quieter there, and there aren't many people walking around." As Lung Hua spoke, he paused for a moment before continuing. "According to what we know, it can be said that most of the forces in the city live in that area. Moreover, just now, the Tan family's patriarch personally came to deliver some gifts, but he left without seeing Master. According to them, they helped us find the house, and they take orders from their old ancestor." Fengjiu was startled. "Ancestor?" Her expression was strange as she looked at Xinyuan Mose. "Do you think the ancestor they're talking about is CK? It should be him. Didn't he say it before? There are people from his family in Sifong City." Xinyuan Mose said unhurriedly. "That's true. CK is several hundred years old, but he always looks like a middle-aged man. That's why I always thought he was 40 or 50 years old." She chuckled and shook her head. "We've really gained 2 senior disciples out of nowhere. They've really saved us a lot of trouble. Since we found the residence, let's go back and take a look. When the time comes, we'll see if the manor needs anything else." Xinyuan Mo said, "Master, Lord Yin, because there's still some distance to go, I asked Luo Yu to buy a carriage on the way here. You can sit for a while. He should be here soon." Lung Hua said as he looked down at the street. Chapter 29-25. Fengjiu smiled. "That's good too. Prepare an ordinary carriage. I'll also have Hui Lang order a sturdier one for flying in the future." "Flying?" Lung Hua was startled and asked, Master wants to use a flying beast to pull the carriage. They didn't seem to have any flying beasts to pull the carriage. Yes, I have 2 purple gold spirit deer. I'm going to use them to pull the carriage. The purple gold spirit deer can gallop in the air. It's extremely fast and powerful. It's perfect. Fengjiu smiled. Thinking of the 2 purple gold spirit deer in the space, his smile deepened. Master, Luo Yu is here. Lung Hua looked at the carriage parked below and said to Fengjiu, Then let's go. Fengjiu looked at Xianyuan Mo's. Xianyuan Mo stood up and reached out to take her hand. Then he led her downstairs. Master, Yama God, Luo Yu called out. He got off the carriage and lifted the curtain to let them in. The 2 got on the carriage and took Hao from Lung Shuang's hands. Then they went to the house. Luo Yu drove the carriage. Lung Shuang and Bai Qingsheng sat on the left and right sides. Lung Hua and Hui Lang followed on the left and right sides of the carriage. The group of people were dressed in extraordinary clothes and had outstanding appearances. Even if they were in a hurry, they still attracted a lot of attention. As they walked towards a mansion, they saw many luxurious mansions on both sides of the alley. Furthermore, there were very few other people in the alley. This place can be said to be isolated from the rest of the city. It belongs to the wealthy district of the city. It's really quiet and secluded, Fengjiu said and lowered the curtain. CK ordered people to find a house. It shouldn't be bad. As Xianyuan Mo spoke, he teased Hao in his arms and said, What family do you think Hao is from? Hearing this, Fengjiu looked at Hao, who was blinking and listening to them in his arms. He smiled and said, Definitely not ordinary. The 2 of them chatted in the carriage and felt that the journey was not far. When the carriage stopped, they knew that they had arrived at the entrance of the residence. Master, we're here, Luo Yu said as he lifted the curtain. Lung Shuang stepped forward and took the child from Xianyuan Mo's arms. The 2 alighted from the carriage and sized up the mansion before them. Xianyuan Mo's gaze landed on the 2 stone lions in front of the door. He said, These 2 stone lions, it would be better if they were alive. Hearing this, Fengjiu couldn't help but laugh. Change 2 dire beasts here? Only you can think of something like that. Luo Yu laughed loudly. Yama Lord, I also think that these stone lions are very tacky. If we could really have 2 live lions here, that would be impressive. When we have time, we can go to the city and bring back 2 lions to guard the gate. That would be excellent. Xianyuan Mo looked at Fengjiu and said. Hearing this, Fengjiu smiled. Sure, let's go to the city tomorrow to take a look. Xianyuan Mo's lips curved into a smile. Then, he held her hand and led her inside. Once inside, Hui Lang and the others couldn't help but praise. This mansion is really big and luxurious. Go and see for yourselves. Find a place to stay. Fengjiu gestured for them to choose their own courtyard. Thank you, Master. Thank you, Ghost Doctor. They responded and looked at each other with smiles. Then they walked inside separately. You 2 go too, she said to Lung Shuang and Bai Qingsheng. Chapter 29-26. Master, we just went to the back of the mountain and found that the back of the mountain is also very big, so we set up some arrays in the back of the mountain. As for the surroundings of the residence, we haven't had time to set them up yet, Du Fan said. I'll go take a look later. There's no hurry. As she spoke, she slowly walked around the residence with Xianyuan Mo. After familiarizing themselves with the place, the 2 of them came to the main courtyard. When they opened the door, they saw that the inside was also very clean, without a speck of dust. She couldn't help but smile and say, It seems that before we moved in, there were people who cleaned up. But the residence is so big, just a few of us are still not enough. We have to buy some more servants. Take it slow. We're not only staying here for a day or 2. We have plenty of time. As Xianyuan Mo spoke, he glanced at the courtyard and said, I'll go to the back of the mountain to take a look and set up the array while I'm at it. You should rest first. No need, I'll go with you. As Fengjiu spoke, he held his hand and went to the back of the mountain together. At the same time, he instructed Du Fan to help set up a barrier outside the residence. He was busy all the way until evening. Bai Qingqing began to arrange dinner for everyone, while Guillemot was in charge of boiling water for everyone to bathe. Although they had just moved into the new residence today, they were all exhausted from the work. The next morning, Feng Jiu, who had changed into women's clothing, accompanied Xianyuan Mo's out. Other than Guan Mo, who drove the carriage, and Ying Yi, who followed in the dark like a shadow, only Leng Hua and Wei Feng were by their side. The others stayed in the residence. Only Hui Lang went out to arrange for the carriage. Master, the slave market is in front. Our carriage can't go in, so we can only stop outside. Leng Hua's voice rang out from outside the carriage window. In the carriage, Feng Jiu heard this and said, "Then let's stop here." The carriage stopped. Feng Jiu looked at Xianyuan Mo's and asked, "Why don't you wait for me in the carriage? I'll come out after I pick someone." "That works too." As Xianyuan Mo spoke, she didn't get off the carriage. Instead, she let Leng Hua and Wei Feng go in with her. He and Guan Mo stayed in the carriage to wait for them to come out. As soon as the beautiful Feng Jiu in red entered the slave market, she attracted the attention of the people inside. In front of an iron cage with a slave, a man in his 30s was talking to a middle-aged man next to him with his hands behind his back. When he caught a glimpse of Feng Jiu coming in from the corner of his eyes, a look of surprise flashed across his eyes. He turned around and sized up Feng Jiu. Then, he walked forward and asked, "Miss, do you want to choose a slave?" Feng Jiu glanced at him. "That's right. My surname is Tan, and I'm the owner of this place. What kind of slave does Miss want?" "I can do it for you," the man said with a smile. His tone was filled with confidence. "Female slaves between the ages of 14 and 20. It's best if they have some cultivation." As Feng Jiu spoke, her clear eyes indifferently looked around and sized up the slaves in the iron cages. "Miss, you've come the right time. A batch just arrived yesterday. I'll bring Miss over to take a look," he said with a deep smile and made an inviting gesture. Feng Jiu nodded slightly and followed him forward. When they arrived at a wider area, he waved his hand and someone brought out 50 young girls chained up. Chapter 29-27. Feng Jiu's gaze swept over the 50 female slaves. After asking a few questions as usual, she picked out a few people and asked them again. About half an hour later, she picked out 12 people from the 50. 12 then. She looked towards Leng Hua. "Pay according to 100 gold coins for one. Remember to take the contracts." "Yes," Leng Hua responded. He looked towards the steward and had him take him to pay the bill. When the steward heard this, he glanced at his master. When he saw him wave his hand, he took Leng Hua and left. "Miss doesn't want to owe this Tan a favor?" The man laughed in a low voice. He looked at her and asked, "After talking for so long, how should I address you? I've already bought this person. There's nothing else I want at the moment. Goodbye, young Master Tan," Feng Jiu said and nodded slightly. She didn't look at him and turned to leave. Seeing this, the man smiled and didn't stop her. He only looked at her departing figure for a long time before ordering, "Go, investigate her origins." Yes, there was clearly no one around, but someone responded. Feng Jiu returned to the carriage and said to Xianyuan Mo's, "I bought 12. 4 in the kitchen and 8 in the courtyard. I think it should be enough. And the people you pick usually don't go wrong." Xianyuan Mo's pulled her to sit down and poured a cup of tea for her on the small table in the carriage. "Let's go and see what level the elixirs in this city are," Feng Jiu said. She took a sip of tea and put it down. Then, she picked up a piece of cake and ate it. "Okay," Xianyuan Mo's responded. The two sat in the carriage for a while before they heard Leng Hua's voice. "Master, I've brought the people and obtained the contracts. Should we bring them back first? Have Wei Feng bring them back to the residence. Tell Qing Sheng to prepare uniform made outfits for them. Let Ling Shuang instruct them before making arrangements." Feng Jiu instructed from inside the carriage. Yes, Wei Feng brought the 12 young women back first, whereas Feng Jiu and the others left the slave market right after that and headed towards other places. On the street, there seemed to be a fight. There were many people in front of the carriage, and the carriage couldn't pass. So, Luo Yu stopped the carriage on the side and said to the two people in the carriage, "Master, Yama Lord, there seems to be a fight in front. The carriage can't pass. Can we take a detour?" Xianyuan Mo's asked. "The biggest pill shop in the city is right in front of this street. and this is the only way. Luo Yu, who had already scouted the area, said, "If that's the case, then let's wait." Xinyuan Mose said, and wasn't in a hurry. Instead, he drank tea and ate pastries with Fengjiu in the carriage. When they smelled the fragrance coming from outside, Fengjiu lifted the curtain and looked outside. Then he said to Leng Hua, "I seem to smell the fragrance of chestnuts. See where they're sold and buy some back." "Okay." Leng Hua responded and looked around. He saw an old man selling chestnuts in the corner and walked over by some. He sent it to Fengjiu in the carriage. Chapter 29-28. Luo Yu and Leng Hua's expressions changed when they saw the sword Qi slashing towards them. They immediately drew their swords and sent out 2 sword Qis, cutting the sword Qi in half. Swish, swish. 2 streams of air shot out and struck the incoming sword Qi. However, at the same time that the sword Qi was neutralized, a small and sharp stream of air still sliced through their carriage, leaving a mark on it. Luo Yu and Leng Hua stared coldly at the people in front of them as they watched the tiny stream of qi pass through the carriage and leave a mark. At this moment, Fengjiu lifted the curtain of the carriage. Xinyuan Mose's expression darkened slightly as he stared ahead with a stern look in his eyes. Although they were separated by the curtain of the carriage, they still knew that if Luo Yu and Leng Hui had not stepped in to neutralize the incoming sword aura, the sword aura would have slashed towards their carriage. Fengjiu poked his head out after lifting the curtain and touched the mark on the carriage. He said, "As expected, it's still a little weak. If it was custom-made, it wouldn't have been cut so easily." As he spoke, he looked ahead and saw 8 guards in tight robes attacking 4 independent cultivators. The 8 guards were all at the Celestial Sage Realm. The 4 independent cultivators consisted of 3 men and 1 woman. 2 of the men were around 25 years old. The other looked to be 40 or 50 years old, and the woman looked to be only 17 or 18 years old. However, she was also very beautiful and outstanding. At the side, a man in golden robes who was being protected by 2 other middle-aged men stared at the woman. The desire in his eyes could be seen at a glance. As the fight between the 2 sides gradually approached the carriage, the well-dressed man's gaze also fell on her. As expected, she saw a flash of surprise in the well-dressed man's eyes. He even wanted to take a step forward to approach her, but he was blocked by the 2 middle-aged men. Fengjiu frowned slightly when he saw this. He lowered the curtain and was about to let Luo Yu drive the carriage away when he felt the carriage shake. Luo Yu and Leng Hua's shouts came from outside. "Come down!" The sound of swords clashing echoed throughout the carriage. Coupled with the shaking of the carriage, the tea on the small table spilled all over the table. Xinyuan Mose frowned. He gathered spirit power in his palm and slammed it down. Bang! With a loud bang, the surrounding crowd saw the people who had jumped onto the carriage to fight being shaken to the ground. One by one, they fell to the ground and spat out blood. Among them, the rogue cultivator who had fallen was quickly helped up by the other 3, and they took the opportunity to quickly escape. On the other hand, the guards lying on the ground were not so lucky. None of them could even stand up. They could only feel the unbearable pain in their internal organs. When they opened their mouths, they spat out another mouthful of blood. When a man in luxurious clothes saw this, he couldn't help but be shocked. Even the faces of the 2 middle-aged men who were protecting him changed slightly. They didn't even bother to chase after the people who escaped. Instead, they helped each other up and retreated to the side. Only the 2 middle-aged men went forward. "We were careless and offended you, sir. We're truly sorry. Please forgive us." The 2 middle-aged men cupped their hands and apologized to the carriage. Chapter 29-29. Even though they had seen many handsome men and women, none of them could compare to these 2. Moreover, from the aura of the black-robed man, they could tell that he was no ordinary person. Fengjiu stood by Xinyuan Mose's side and said nothing. Xinyuan Mose's deep gaze swept over them and landed on the 2 middle-aged men. He said in a deep voice, "A new carriage, and one forged from black gold." Hearing this, the 2 middle-aged men trembled and suddenly returned to their senses. They glanced at the sword Qi mark on the carriage and hurriedly said, "Sir, don't worry. When we return to the residence, we will definitely report to the patriarch and compensate Sir with a carriage made from black gold as an apology. However, I wonder where the carriage will be sent once it's completed?" The surrounding people looked at the two middle-aged men in surprise. Even the man in luxurious clothes was rather stunned. He did not think that they would not dare to refute the other party's request and would directly offer compensation. It was completely different from the arrogance they had shown when they attacked the rogue cultivators earlier. Xianyuan Mose walked forward with Fengjiu in his arms. He did not answer the man's question. Behind them, Leng Hua left behind an address for them to send the carriage to the residence. When the two middle-aged men heard that they lived in such a prestigious residence, they did not dare to be careless. They quickly brought the man in luxurious clothes back. On the way back, the man in luxurious clothes was dissatisfied. He said, "Why did you so easily agree to compensate him with a carriage made from black gold? That's not cheap. Moreover, this makes our Liu family seem very weak. We're actually afraid of a mere few people. In my opinion, we should use this opportunity to teach them a lesson and then steal that beauty." "Sir, you can't say that again." The two middle-aged men were shocked. They could not help but look around before saying, "Sir, that black-robed man's strength is extraordinary. He's definitely not an ordinary person. Even we are intimidated by his aura. It's not good to have bad relations with someone like that. But he's just a lecher. He always brings a woman with him when he goes out. It's clear that he's not a powerful person." The man in luxurious clothes said disapprovingly. However, he could not forget the beautiful woman in red that he had seen once. "That woman is truly beautiful. She's like a fairy. All the so-called beauties I've seen in the past could not compare to her in the slightest. It's truly a waste for such a beauty to follow that kind of man." Hearing this, the two men could not help but bitterly smile. This young master really did not use his brain. It said that such a person was definitely not an ordinary person. He actually still could not forget that beautiful woman in red. He was truly lustful. After returning to the residence, the two of them first went to report the matter to their patriarch. After Patriarch Liu heard their report, he pondered for a moment before saying, "To be able to live in such a place, it can be seen that they are not ordinary people. Since that is the case, then order someone to build a carriage as compensation." "Yes," the man said the two men in luxurious clothes. After watching them leave, Patriarch Liu clasped his hands behind his back and pondered. Then he ordered, "Go. Find out where they came from." "Yes." The shadow guard who was hiding in the dark heard the order and rushed out. Chapter 29:30. Seeing that the two of them were dressed luxuriously, the shopkeeper thought that they should have bought a lot of things. Who would have thought that they would just walk around and leave? They didn't buy anything? The shopkeeper was stunned for a long time. Only after a long time did he regain his senses. He shook his head. "I really couldn't tell. They're dressed like that, but they're actually so stingy." The two of them walked slowly along the street. Leng Hua followed behind them, while Luo Yu drove the carriage at a leisurely pace behind them. "I didn't think that the pills in this place would be so ordinary. No wonder CK and the others were so ecstatic when they received my pills." Fengjiu chuckled softly. Seeing that there were peanut candies on the corner of the street, he pulled Xianyuan Mose over. "Let's go try some peanut candies," Fengjiu said. He pulled him over to the stall and tried a small piece. When Xianyuan Mose saw this, he silently took out a gold coin. "I'll buy all of these." He tossed the gold coin over. When the shopkeeper saw that it was a gold coin, he couldn't help but be overjoyed. He hurriedly helped them pack up the peanut candies. Leng Hua, who was behind them, stepped forward and put the candies into his chinquan bag. He only left a small bag for them to eat. The few of them strolled along the street. When they arrived at a place where many people were rushing in one direction, they couldn't help but feel curious. "Leng Hua, go ask what's going on up ahead." "Yes," Leng Hua responded. He went forward to ask, and not long after, he returned. "Master, there's a bestial battle arena up ahead. So many people are going there to watch." When she heard that it was a bestial battle arena, she wasn't very interested. Unexpectedly, a shopkeeper beside her said, "Young masters and young misses, you're not from around here, right? No wonder you don't know about this bestial battle arena. It's different from normal bestial battle arenas. Feng looked at him and asked with a smile, "How is it different?" He, "Young miss, this is the Sky Coliseum. Don't be fooled by the fact that many people are rushing over to watch the show. In fact, they can't even enter. Who in Four Corner City doesn't know that the Sky Coliseum can only be entered by rich and powerful cultivators? Ordinary people like us can't even afford to pay the entrance fee. However, the inside is indeed extraordinary. It is divided into the underground floor and the Sky City. Many foreigners who come to Four Corner City will come to the Sky Coliseum." Hearing the peddler's words, Feng smiled and said, "Thank you." Then, he walked forward with Xin Yuan Mose. Lung Hua went forward to inquire about the price and came back, saying, "Master, it's 100 gold coins per person to enter. Each person can bring one person in." "Since that's the case, let's go take a look," Xin Yuan Mose said. He had Luo Yu stop the carriage at the side and led them in. Just as the peddler said, the people outside were only watching from the outside. However, they couldn't see what they wanted to see. As for those who wanted to enter, they had to pass through the first floor of the bestial battle arena to the back. "May I know if the two esteemed guests would like to go up or down?" The attendant asked respectfully. "What's the difference?" Xin Yuan Mose asked. Chapter 29:31. 2,000 gold coins? When Lung Hua and Luo Yu heard this, they couldn't help but be speechless. This was a sky-high price. An ordinary family wouldn't be able to spend 2,000 gold coins in their lifetime. But here, it cost 2,000 gold coins a day. They couldn't help but look at their two masters. This money was really expensive. When Feng heard that it was 2,000 gold coins, he smiled. This place was really not cheap. He just didn't know if it was worth the price. Lung Hua. Xin Yuan Mose glanced at him. Yes. Lung Hua stepped forward and followed the attendant. After paying the fee, he received a few white jade tokens and a number with the number 9. "Two distinguished guests, please come this way," the attendant said respectfully. He led the way for them. When they arrived at a teleportation formation, he had them crush their white jade tablets, and they flew up at the speed of light. In the blink of an eye, they stood firm as if they were above the clouds. Xin Yuan Mose hugged Feng and walked to the edge to take a look. A strange look flashed across his eyes. Looking down, it was a vast expanse of whiteness. Clouds and mist swirled below, and they seemed to be in the clouds. They used their divine senses to investigate and saw that this place was set up with a barrier. It was like a world floating in the air. However, the only difference was that there was nothing else in this place other than a 3-story, circular, luxurious place. Before he entered, he could already see the dazzling golden outer wall shining with a dazzling light. There was also dense spiritual energy in the surroundings, and there was a faint sound of music. The place was filled with clouds and mist, and it was like a fairyland. They were led in by the attendant. They walked through a small path to their room number 9. The attendant bowed respectfully and said, "Two distinguished guests. In addition to watching the beast fights, you can also gamble. You can place your bets with the number 9 tokens in your hands. In this place, other guests can't come here to disturb you or see you. Similarly, you can't see other guests." As he said that, the attendant paused and asked, "Two distinguished guests. Do you need 2 beautiful women to serve you?" Xin Yuan Mose was about to say no, but Feng said with a smile, "Call them in." Hearing this, he bowed and left. Not long after, 2 beautiful women came in from outside. They looked at the people in the room, and their eyes fell on Xin Yuan Mose and Feng "Greetings, young master, young Mississippi." The 2 of them stepped forward and bowed. As they saw the woman in red beside the black-robed man, they lowered their heads. "What can the 2 of you do?" Feng asked, glancing at the 2 beautiful women. "Young miss, I know the 5 arts. I can play the zither and make tea for you, and young miss, I know the art of relaxing tendons and reviving bones. I can help young miss get rid of your fatigue." The woman was a tactful person. Seeing that the black-robed man didn't even look at them, she respectfully replied to Feng Hearing their words, Feng smiled and said, "There is music here. Forget about playing the zither. Make tea for us." Chapter 29:32. The other woman stood behind Feng and massaged her shoulders. Not long after, 2 more women knocked on the door and came in. They brought snacks and wine and then knelt beside the 2 of them to serve them. Xin Yuan Mose glanced at them and said in a low voice, "You 2 can leave. Don't come in without orders." "Yes." The 2 women who came in carrying things responded respectfully, and then left. "Is the battle in the middle?" Feng Jiu asked. "Yes. If Miss is interested, we can bet." The woman who was massaging Feng Jiu's shoulders said softly, "The green side won the last round. The red side will fight the undefeated double-edged swordsman." Hearing this, Feng Jiu was slightly surprised. This is a battle between beasts and humans? She thought it would be a battle between beasts, but hearing this, it was clearly a battle between beasts and humans. It's a battle between beasts and humans. The green side is a beast, and the red side is a cultivator. The woman continued, "Both sides will enter the cage. Only when one side dies will the victor be decided. It's a battle between beasts. This battle is cruel." Feng Jiu sighed softly. She looked down and listened to the faint sounds coming from the surroundings. No one knew what she was thinking. Not long after, another woman came in with 2 cups of tea. "Young master, miss, please have some tea." Xin Yuan Mose and Feng Jiu took the cups. Smelling the tea's fragrance, Feng Jiu smiled. It seems that the 2,000 gold coins were well spent. "This is spiritual tea." Xin Yuan Mose took a sip and said, "This spiritual tea is sweet and has a sweet aftertaste. When it enters the stomach, the spiritual energy flows. It's not bad. The water used to make this tea is not ordinary water, right?" Feng Jiu looked at the woman. "Miss, this tea is made from the snow water of Tianling Mountain. The tea leaves are alpine spirit tea. In the entire 4-square city, only the city in the sky can drink this spirit mountain snow tea. Make a cup for the 2 of them." Feng Jiu gestured for her to make a cup for Leng Hua and Luo Yu. Hearing this, a trace of surprise flashed through the woman's eyes, but she still respectfully replied, "Yes." "Master, is this tea really that good? I just tasted the wine. It's also spiritual wine and has a very rich taste." "Master, do you want to drink a cup?" Luo Yu asked with a clear smile. Feng Jiu smiled and said, "No, you 2 can drink. Just don't get drunk." "Thank you, master." The 2 of them said as they sat down and drank their wine, watching the dance in front of them. It was only after the graceful dancers had left that the area was cleared that a black iron cage appeared. This black iron cage went from the 1st floor to the 3rd floor, and it was wide enough to cover the entire space in the middle. A man wearing a tight-fitting suit appeared first. He held 2 swords in his hands, and his gray hair was tied up. There were 2 intersecting scars on his face, and his eyes were cold and bloodthirsty. With just a glance, Feng Jiu could sense the strong smell of blood on this person. Presumably, his hands were stained with the blood of many people. After a short while, a double-headed lion seemed to have smelled blood as it grabbed the iron cage and roared furiously at one side of the iron cage. "Young master, miss, if you want to bet, you can place your bets now," the woman said softly. "Massage your legs," Feng Jiu said as he drank his tea and looked at the scene below. He also looked at the surrounding guests who stood up and looked down. Chapter 29:33. Even though they couldn't see it clearly, it was faintly discernible and even more alluring, especially that dazzling red color. Even the crystal curtain couldn't hide it. Perhaps sensing the other party's gaze, Xin Yuan Mose frowned and looked at the other party with some displeasure. With Feng Jiu's appearance, it was very easy for people to stare at her outside, especially when she was dressed as a woman. Feng Jiu's gaze fell on the war beast cage below. Looking at the man and beast inside, she turned to Xin Yuan Mose. "Do you think the beast will win? Or that cultivator? That 2-headed lion will win." Xin Yuan Mose looked at her and asked, "Do you want to bet a little?" Feng Jiu pursed her lips and smiled. "Since you said so, then let's bet a little." She smiled at the woman who was massaging her feet and asked, "What's the lowest bet?" "The lowest bet is 500 gold coins. You just have to take the number plate and walk to the front and shout out the amount of gold coins you want to bet," the woman said softly. "Then let's bet 4,000 gold coins. We spent 4,000 gold coins to come here." She chuckled and had Leng Hua raise the number plate to place his bet. Hearing this, Lung Hua took the number 9 plate and walked forward, shouting out the words bet on the green side to win and bet 4,000 gold coins. Not long after, his words echoed in the air of the building. Guest number 9 is betting on the green side to win for 1,000 gold coins. Hearing this, many people looked towards room number 9. However, they couldn't see the people inside clearly. They could only see a few indistinct figures inside. Among them, there was a red figure who couldn't hide her beauty even though she was separated by a beaded curtain. Guest number 13 is betting on the red side to win 2,000 gold coins. Guest number 5 is betting on the green side to win 1,500 gold coins. Guest number 1 is betting on the red side to win 3,000 gold coins. Guest number 17 has placed a bet of 1,000 gold coins on the red team. Not long after, the entire building was filled with bets placed by the rooms. Most of them were betting on the red team's double-edged swordsman to win. After all, this person had never lost since the beginning of the beast battle. In everyone's opinion, he would definitely win. Therefore, naturally, no one thought that the green team would win this round. Therefore, someone laughed and said, "Guest in room 9, your bet has gone down the drain. 4,000 gold coins have been wasted." "Ah, the person in room number 9 is a lady, right? You look like a woman in red. Do you want to come out and show your face?" Hearing the laughter around them, Feng Jiu turned to look at Xian Yuan Mo's. Seeing his dark face and a hint of displeasure, he said, "Do you think we should raise the stakes?" She played with her hair and didn't wait for Xian Yuan Mo's to speak. She smiled and said, "Since we're going to play, let's make it more exciting. I'll add another 6,000 gold coins." Hearing this, the woman who was pressing down on Feng Jiu's feet was stunned. She raised her head and stared blankly at her. 10,000 gold coins? Did this lady know how much 10,000 gold coins were? Moreover, didn't she come with this man? She was wasting money like this. Didn't this man care? Thinking of this, she could not help but look at the dark-faced man. Seeing the faintly displeased expression on his face and his slightly furrowed brows, she could not help but think to herself, "Look, no matter how much he dotes on this red-clothed woman, this man still does not like her style of recklessly wasting money." Chapter 29:34. Lung Hua, raise the stakes. Xian Yuan Mo's said in a deep voice. "Yes." Lung Hua replied and stepped forward to raise the stakes. He raised the stakes from 4,000 gold coins to 6,000 gold coins, bringing the total to 10,000 gold coins. Guest number 9, raise the stakes. The voice reverberated. When it reached everyone's ears, everyone was stunned. They thought that the other party should be a rich second generation. How could he raise the stakes after being provoked like that? It seemed that he was a brainless person. However, they did not know that Xian Yuan Mo's and Feng Jiu had a card up their sleeves. After all, from their perspective, they could naturally see that the cultivator was injured. If he fought with a ferocious two-headed lion, while injured, he would definitely die. Thus, after the gong sounded, the black iron door opened. The two-headed lion charged out with a low roar and fiercely pounced on the cultivator. The two heads roared at the same time, and the powerful pressure caused the air to tremble slightly. The two swords in the cultivator's hands moved at the same time, and a sharp sword energy shot out, but the two-headed lion dodged it. It pounced forward, and its sharp claws drew a few sharp air blades in the air. The sharp claws slashed across the cultivator's arm, and immediately tore off his sleeve along with his flesh. A shrill scream followed. However, he did not have time to check his wound. He suddenly turned around and quickly distanced himself from the two-headed lion. Only then did he look down at his wound. He saw that there were several deep scratches on his arm. His sleeve and flesh had been torn off, and his flesh was badly mangled and dripping with blood. The thick smell of blood spread in the black iron cage, causing the two-headed lion to become even more excited and ferocious. Roar! The roars from the two heads converged into one. If one did not listen carefully, one would not be able to tell that it came from the two beasts. When they saw that a piece of the cultivator's flesh had been torn off, the people in the room could not sit still. Why did he slow down? He didn't dodge that attack. Someone lifted the curtain and stood at the railing to look down. His eyes widened as he looked at the scene below. Although 2,000 to 3,000 gold coins was not a big deal to them, Losing money was a small matter, but losing face was a big matter. In room 9, Feng Jiu and Xianyuan Mose were calmly drinking tea as they watched the scene below. It wasn't that they were cold-blooded and wanted to gamble with a cultivator's life. Instead, with their discerning eyes, they could tell that the cultivator wasn't a kind person. That person's gaze was gloomy and cold. The ferocious aura in his eyes was extremely heavy, and the stench of blood on his body was also extremely thick. That was the aura of someone who had been stained with blood and slaughter all year round. Since they were going to fight with the ferocious beast, they naturally chose the strongest to bet on. Sure enough, not long after, a series of blood-curdling screams came out. After being heavily injured by the fierce beast, the cultivator's speed dropped significantly, and his body was covered in blood. Seeing that the outcome of the battle was about to be decided, the people in the other rooms couldn't help but look towards room number 9 with strange gazes. How did the person in room number 9 know that the two-headed lion won this round? After all, ever since the double-edged swordsman had participated in the beast fights, he had not lost a total of more than 20 battles. Who would have thought that he would lose today? Chapter 29:35. He actually exchanged for a life jade tablet. Looks like he's not confident in winning this battle either. A man standing by the railing said. He stared at the double-edged swordsman who fell out of the black iron cage and shook his head. Even if he survives, he probably won't be able to fight beasts in the future. Then what's with the life jade tablet? Feng Jiu looked at one of the women and asked. Replying to Miss, it's a life jade tablet that costs 500 gold coins. It can only be used to save one's life after the victor has been decided. The woman said softly, everyone who enters the beast fighting arena gets one. Didn't they say they would fight to the death? She raised her eyebrows and looked at the woman. Hearing this, the woman said softly, not everyone gets one. Only those who exchange for 500 gold coins will get one. Also, under normal circumstances, very few people would exchange for a life jade tablet. Most cultivators fight to the death. Hearing this, Feng Jiu's eyes flashed. That's right. The people who participate in the beast fighting arena are all people who exchange their lives for money. Why would they take out 500 gold coins to exchange for a life jade tablet? Not long after, the double-edged swordsman was dragged away by 2 men. A voice in the air announced that the green side had won. Not long after, an attendant came over with a tray. Honorable guests, this is the 10,000 gold coins you've won. Please accept it. The attendant bowed and brought the tray in front of Xianyuan Mose and Feng Jiu. Leng Hua, Feng Jiu called out. Leng Hua came forward to check and then put away the gold coins. Master, the 10,000 gold coins are correct. Feng Jiu calmly replied and said to the 2 women, you 2 can leave as well. Yes. The 2 women respectfully replied and obediently left. Seeing this, if they still didn't know the status of the woman in red, then they would have wasted their years in the beast fighting arena. Guest from room 9, how did you know that the two-headed beast would win? A man asked loudly as he stood by the railing, looking at the 2 indistinct figures. Xianyuan Mose and Feng Jiu didn't pay any attention to them. They were resting on the soft couch while Leng Hua and Luo Yu stood beside them. Master, we spent 4,000 gold coins to come here, but now we've won 10,000 gold coins. We still made a profit. Luo Yu grinned. He felt that he wouldn't lose out if he followed his master. Yes, it's a small profit. After all, we don't have any source of income. Spending 4,000 gold coins to watch a battle beast is indeed a little wasteful. Feng Jiu said as he picked up a piece of pastry to eat. Master, how did you know that the two-headed beast would win? Luo Yu asked the question in his heart. That cultivator's strength was not low, but he was still defeated. It was really unexpected. That person has an internal injury that hasn't healed yet. After a long battle, he will definitely lose, Feng Jiu said calmly. At this moment, there was a knock on the door. Leng Hua walked forward to open the door. Seeing that it was the attendant, he let him in. The attendant was carrying a tray. When he came to Feng Jiu and Xianyuan Mose's side, he said respectfully, Honorable guests, guest from room 5 has gifted you 2 a bottle of fine wine and also ordered a dance for you 2. Please enjoy. Chapter 29:36. The dancers of the city in the sky are extremely beautiful. Their faces are covered by a veil, which makes them look even more mysterious. Their beautiful eyes are moving and charming. Look at their figures. They are as graceful as willows swaying gently, but also like water snakes twisting. They are truly enchanting. A man walked out of the crystal curtain and stood by the railing, looking at the beauty in white who was leading the dance. When he saw the snow-white skin on her chest, he couldn't take his eyes off her. In the clouds, the beauty's long sleeves danced. The ribbons wrapped around her snow-white arms danced with their movements. From time to time, she would lightly jump up with the tip of her foot, and her figure would lightly spin and land on the ground. Her skirt would flutter, mesmerizing the eyes. The exclamations outside were endless, and the praises were even louder. Some people were even asking how much it would cost to redeem this dancer. In room 9, Fengjiu looked at the moving dance and listened to the praises coming into her ears. She smiled and looked at Xianyuan Mose sitting beside her. She asked with a smile, "Is it beautiful?" The corners of Lung Hua and Luo Yu's lips curled up slightly. The two of them quietly retreated to the side as they watched the moving dance. It had to be said that because of their cultivation, these dancers were even more graceful when they danced. In addition to the scene in the clouds and their beautiful faces, they really did feel like fairies in the clouds. Xianyuan Mose looked at the dancing dancers. After looking at them seriously for a while, he turned to look at Fengjiu and said, "Although their dancing is moving, they're still not half as good as a Jew." The dances of these women were indeed very good, but he knew that if as a Jew danced, she would be even more devastatingly beautiful. She would be a national beauty. Hearing this, Fengjiu pursed her lips and smiled. These people are indeed not bad. Unexpectedly, they can also be praised by you. Hearing this, Xianyuan Mose looked at her. A Jew doesn't like me praising their dancing? Then I won't praise them. Since he praised me, he should be rewarded, Fengjiu said with a smile. He turned to Lung Hua and said, "Tip each of them 100 gold coins. Tip the lead dancer 200 gold coins." This was all money that he had won. It was especially comfortable to use this money to tip people. "Yes," Lung Hua responded and went outside to inform the dancers. When the dance was over and the dancers were about to leave, they heard a voice in the air and stopped. "Guest number 9, please reward the dancers with 100 gold coins each. Reward Water Xian, the lead dancer, with 200 gold coins." Hearing this, the others also tipped the dancers with gold coins, especially the leading dancer. Thus, after the dancers received a lot of silver coins. "Thank you for your generosity." Shui Xian, whose face was covered by a veil, bent her knees and expressed her gratitude. Just as she was about to leave, she heard a man ask with a smile, "Miss Shui, we have already tipped you a lot of silver coins, but we haven't even seen your face. Shouldn't you take off your veil and let us see your face?" Hearing this, the others also joined in. That's right. We have all tipped you a lot of silver coins. No matter what, you should let us see your face. Moreover, a beautiful woman should be tipped by everyone. How can you hide your face with a veil?" Chapter 29:37. Esteemed guests, you're all dragons and phoenixes amongst men. Xian really doesn't dare to. Before she could finish her sentence, she was rudely interrupted by an impatient voice. "What are you blabbering on about? We asked you to take off your veil, so take it off. We want to see your face. That's your honor. You're just a mere dancer. What are you pretending to be so reserved for? Stop putting on airs." Hearing these words, Shui Xianxian's delicate body trembled. Her beautiful eyes filled with tears as she looked up. Then, she lifted her hand and took off her veil with trembling hands. "Since esteemed guests want to see my face, I'll take off my veil." When the veil was taken off, a pure and beautiful face appeared in front of everyone. This made the eyes of the men who were used to seeing beautiful women light up. The beauty stood there quietly with tears in her eyes. She looked so pitiful that it made them feel a special feeling in their hearts. In an instant, many of them were tempted. This dancer's body was slender and her waist was like water. Her face was pure and beautiful. She looked gentle and pleasant. It was not impossible for her to become a concubine. Feng Jiu looked at the woman's face that was revealed after she took off her veil and smiled. This is great. There's only one beauty. I wonder who will get her. When those people were shouting for Shui Xian to take off her veil, the manager of this place did not appear. It was obvious that he did not care about a mere dancer. If any of the people here were to speak up and buy her, this woman would only become their plaything. She has looks, but no ability to protect herself. It's only a matter of time before she falls into a dangerous situation. Xianyuan Mose said flatly. He merely swept a glance at the woman below, then averted his gaze. From their point of view, even if the woman was innocent, she should have known that she was going to face such a situation in a place like this. They did not have the time to care about other people's affairs. Aren't we going to fight the beasts? Why are we wasting time? What beast will be coming out for the next round? Feng Jiu's voice rang out faintly, interrupting the crowd's discussion about the woman. Hearing this lazy voice, the attention of those people was immediately attracted. They couldn't help but look towards the 9th room. When they vaguely saw the red figure, they smiled and looked at the black figure, saying, "Speaking of which, the guest from the 9th room hasn't shown up yet. You came to Sky City and even brought a beauty with you. Sir, you're quite an elegant person. I wonder if the beauty beside you can come out to meet me?" Just as that person's voice fell, Xianyuan Mose's deep eyes flashed with a cold light. He raised his hand to condense a stream of air and attacked that man with lightning speed. Swish! Hiss! Ah! A sharp airflow streaked across the air and hit the man's calf with a swoosh. The bone-chilling airflow hit his calf, causing him to involuntarily suck in a breath of cold air and cry out in pain. His entire body was thrown out of the railing due to inertia. Before anyone could react, he fell heavily to the ground floor with a bang. Ah! His body fell heavily to the ground, causing him to groan in pain. It was as if his blood and qi could not flow for a moment, making it difficult for him to even breathe. He held his breath and lay on the ground for a while to recover. It was also at this moment that the crowd finally reacted and cried out in surprise. Hiss! He actually fell down? Sir. Chapter 29:38. For a moment, the scene seemed to be a little chaotic. Those who were originally standing by the railing slowly came back to their senses and looked at the room where Feng Jiu and the others were. Just now, that person was talking to room number 9, which was why he suddenly fell down. It seemed that the person in room number 9 had injured him. Young master. A man quickly stepped forward and helped the man lying on the ground up. He asked anxiously, "Young master, how are you? Where are you hurt?" Hiss! My leg, my calf. The man in luxurious clothes pointed at his calf and said. The man in martial arts clothes quickly bent down to check. When he rolled up the man's trousers and saw that his calf was slightly red and swollen, he couldn't help but gasp. It's swollen. The man in room number 5 stood by the railing with his hands behind his back. He looked at the man in black robes who stood up and walked out of the water curtain. When he saw the man in black robes, a strange look flashed across his eyes. He didn't expect him to be so young and so outstanding. Just because the man said a few words that offended the woman in red, the man in black robes attacked him. It was obvious that the woman in red was extraordinary to him. Xianyuan Mose stood by the railing with his hands behind his back. He didn't hide his peak divine realm aura at all. He looked down at the man in luxurious clothes below and said in a deep voice, "It was I who injured you. What can you do about it?" When a man in luxurious clothes who was supported by the accompanying guards heard this, he couldn't help but grit his teeth. "If you have the guts, leave your name." Huh? Xianyuan Mo sneered, his deep black eyes filled with coldness. "You want to know my name? You overestimate yourself." As he spoke, his tone was very arrogant, as if he didn't take him seriously at all. "You." The man stared at Xianyuan Mose. Perhaps because he was the only one with him, his calf was red and swollen. He immediately shouted, "Where's the manager here? Come out." Seeing this, the manager who didn't want to interfere in their affairs could only walk out and laugh. "Guests, let's each take a step back. After all, this is Sky City. If things get out of hand, it won't be good for anyone. That's simple. Why don't we just ask number 9 to give the red-dressed beauty to number 13's guest? A man crossed his arms and leaned against the railing as he spoke. It was as if he wasn't afraid of making a big deal out of it. He even deliberately stirred up trouble. Hearing this, the man looked at Xian Yuan Mose provocatively and said, "That's right. If you want to take a step back, it's easy. Hand over the woman in red." Xian Yuan Mose's eyes turned cold. Just as he was about to speak, he saw the crystal curtain open and Feng Jiu walk out. Feng Jiu grabbed his hand, and with a light squeeze, his anger was suppressed. He looked at her and saw that she was smiling. She looked at him with a gentle gaze before looking at the man in luxurious clothes who was being supported below. At this moment, as she appeared, the man in room 5 stared at her with a burning gaze. The others also stared at her in shock. It was as if they had never expected the woman behind the crystal curtain to possess such a devastatingly beautiful appearance. Chapter 29:39. The man in luxurious clothes looked at the beautiful woman in red and felt his heart beating fast. There had never been a woman who could make his heart beat faster with a single glance. Thus, he took a deep breath and calmed the anger in his heart, saying, "Since the beauty has spoken, this young master naturally won't bicker with you. However, I wonder, who is this person to you?" His gaze moved away from Feng Jiu and landed on Xian Yuan Mose. Seeing this person's attitude towards the red-clothed woman, this red-clothed woman was most likely not an ordinary beauty. Feng Jiu pursed his lips and smiled, his voice neither fast nor slow. "This is my husband. Young master spoke inappropriately earlier, so don't blame my husband for being angry." "You're married?" When the man in luxurious clothes heard this, he immediately became anxious and even raised his voice. "Naturally," she replied with a smile. "So what if you're married? If young Master Yuan likes this beauty, just take her home. She's just a woman. Moreover, with the Yuan family's influence in Four Corner City, there's no need to be so indecisive." The man who had stirred up trouble earlier spoke again, looking at them as if he was watching a good show. Hearing this, Feng Jiu glanced at the man leaning against the railing and asked with a smile, "Does this guest have a grudge with the young master downstairs?" Hearing this, the man in luxurious clothes downstairs glanced at the man upstairs, not knowing what he was thinking. When the man leaning against the railing upstairs heard this, he asked, "Of course I have no grudge with young Master Yuan. The ones with grudges should be you. Just now, your husband made young Master Yuan fall down with one move and even injured his calf." His voice paused and his lips curled into a sneer. "Only young Master Yuan is magnanimous enough to not make a move against you. If it were anyone else, it wouldn't be so easy to calm down. And it seems like there really is a grudge." Feng Jiu nodded as if it was true. Looking at the man in luxurious clothes below, he said with a smile that wasn't a smile, "Young Master Yuan, this guest wants to stir up trouble. He wants to borrow our hands to kill you. This is a great grudge, so you have to be careful. Otherwise, you won't even know when you'll be tricked." Hearing Feng Jiu's words and seeing the man's expression change, how could the man in luxurious clothes not see it? He stared at the man coldly and said to the steward, "What are you still standing there for? Why aren't you finding some medicine to treat this young master's wound?" "Young Master Yuan, the injury on your leg was caused by my husband. Since that's the case, we should pay for the medicine as an apology to you." Feng Jiu flicked her sleeve as she spoke, and a bottle of medicine fell onto the ground. Young Master Yuan caught it and glanced at Feng Jiu, then glanced at Xian Yuan Mose. In the end, he said, "Fine, it's my fault for offending you. Since you've already given him the medicine, then let's forget about it. Young master is magnanimous. Please take a seat. I'll have the beautiful women bandage your wound." The steward hurriedly said and called for people to help him back. Seeing the matter that should have been settled so easily, the man in room number 5 who had been staring at Feng Jiu had a glimmer in his eyes. There was a hint of admiration in his eyes. Chapter 29:40. Feng Jiu glanced at him indifferently. She took Xian Yuan Mose's hand and led him inside. She sat back down on the couch and said softly, "Or we can just attack him directly. There'll probably be a lot of trouble in the future. Forget it. Take a step back and everything will be fine." Xinyuan Mose looked at her and smiled. In the past, when you were all alone outside, I was always worried that you wouldn't be able to handle things. However, looking at how you've dealt with these days, it really proves that my worries were unnecessary. You're the only one who's worried all this time. Think about it. I've been alone for so many years. How could I not be able to handle such a small matter? She chuckled and said, "What's more, sometimes using force isn't the best solution. It seems like I can cultivate in seclusion without worry." Xinyuan Mose said. He looked at her and said, "I plan to cultivate in seclusion after I'm done with my work. I want to break through to the peak of God as soon as possible. There's a dwelling in the mountains behind our residence. I've asked Dufan to set up a spirit gathering formation there. When the time comes, I'll set up some formations and barriers. No one will disturb you. As for the rest, you don't have to worry. I'll take care of it." She still had to refine some pills, so she couldn't cultivate in seclusion for the time being. Moreover, it wouldn't be appropriate for the two of them to cultivate in seclusion together. Moreover, she had just broken through recently. Even if she cultivated in seclusion, she wouldn't be able to break through to the peak of God. She could only stabilize her cultivation. Since that was the case, she might as well take advantage of this period of time to do some more things. She needed to stabilize her footing in Four Corner City first. On the other side, young Master Yuan returned to his room and sat down. He allowed Mei Ji to bandage his wounds. Not long after he used the medicine in the bottle to bandage his wounds, he felt the pain gradually disappear. He couldn't help but glance at the bottle in surprise. The effects of this medicine were quite strange. It actually took effect so quickly. Where did this medicine come from? He had never seen such a bottle or ointment in Four Corner City. Because of the scene from before, the guests in the other rooms in Sky City paid a little more attention to Room 9. However, right when the next battle was about to begin, the man who'd caused trouble earlier gazed at Fengjiu and the others and said, "I wonder if the two of you from Room 9 would dare to make a bet with me?" Hearing this, Fengjiu raised her eyebrows. She didn't want to cause trouble and didn't want to argue with them. Who knew that these people wouldn't stop? Since that was the case, if they didn't teach him a lesson, wouldn't he think that they were easy to bully? She chuckled and asked casually, "What do you want to bet? How are we betting?" Hearing this, the man's eyes lit up and he said, "We'll each send a contract beast to fight. As for the wager, I'll take out 100,000 gold coins. How about it?" "Gold coins? It's so boring," Fengjiu said disinterestedly. "If we don't have a good bet, this bet will be meaningless." Hearing this, the man's eyes flashed and he asked, "Then what do you want to bet?" As Fengjiu spoke, she played with the hair in front of her chest and said unhurriedly, "You were the one who suggested the bet. However, if the wager can't attract my interest, then there's naturally no need to bet. As for what you want to bet, it depends on what you can take out." Chapter 2941. I can take out something good, but that doesn't mean you can take out something good. As the man spoke, he looked at the faintly discernible red figure behind the crystal curtain. He narrowed his eyes and said, "I am Jiang Shichang, the eldest son of the second branch of the Jiang family, one of the 8 great families of Four Corner City. Since you said you want to make a bigger bet, do you dare to bet on yourself?" A murderous intent surfaced in Xinyuan Mose's eyes, and a cold aura emanated from his body. He stared at the man, but didn't say anything. He merely watched in silence, and his hand, which was resting on the side of the couch, moved slightly and gently tapped on the armrest. "You want to bet on me?" Fengjiu chuckled. She stood up and slowly walked out of the crystal curtain. She stood by the railing and looked at the man, asking, "Where is your bet?" Hearing this, a dim light flashed through the man's eyes. He raised his chin and immediately said, "I'll bet 10,000-year-old spiritual herbs and 100,000 crystal stones. How about it? Is this enough to bet on you?" Fengjiu chuckled. "I didn't know I was so cheap. This is the first time someone has offered such a price to bet on me." "You're quite bold." When the others heard this, they were slightly surprised. 10,000-year-old spiritual herbs were already a sky-high price. Adding on 100,000 crystal stones, even for the 8 great families of Four Corner City, this 100,000 crystal stones was equivalent to 10 years of their expenses. This Jiang Shichang actually dared to make such a bet, just for that red-clothed girl? In their opinion, no matter how beautiful that woman was, she was still just a woman. Why would he use such a sky-high price to bet on this? If he lost, even a master of the Jiang family would not let him off easily. After all, even if it was the second branch, it still represented the foundation of an aristocratic family. If he used it to bet on a woman, everyone would probably curse Jiang Shichang for being brainless. However, if he calculated that he would definitely win, then it would be a different story. To lure the red-robed lady into the trap with such extravagance was like trying to gain something without risking anything. Furthermore, as far as they knew, this Jiang Shichang had recently obtained a contract beast, which was already a fifth-order mature divine beast. As for that red-robed lady, they felt that she couldn't take out a contract beast at the level of a mythological beast, so the possibility of losing was very high. Judging from the way that woman handled things, she shouldn't be a brainless person. Everyone knew that such a bet couldn't be made. Unexpectedly, just as they were thinking about it, they heard the woman in red's voice. Since we're going to gamble, then we'll have to bring the money here. Anyway, it's still early. Young Master Jiang can go and make the arrangements so that everyone here can be witnesses. Hearing this, Jiang Shichang paused for a moment before replying. All right. He took off his token and instructed his attendant to do as he was told. At this moment, the people in the other rooms laughed and said, Miss, you will definitely lose this bet with him. Where is your husband? Is he going to let you do whatever you want? With their cultivation, they could naturally see that this woman was still a virgin. What husband? They were probably just saying it casually. If it was true, how could they let her gamble with herself? Chapter 2942. He turned his gaze to Jiang Shichang and said, Young Master Jiang, I was right, wasn't I? Then why? He glanced at Yuan He and said, Our Jiang clan and your Yuan clan have always minded our own business. You better not meddle in other people's business. Can't young Master Jiang see? This Yuan He, young Master Yuan, is also interested in this red-clothed beauty. Another person laughed heartily. After glancing at them, his gaze fell on Fengjiu. I didn't expect that the Beast Battle Arena would become a competition for a beauty. Interesting. When Fengjiu heard this, he didn't say anything more. He just let the manager arrange for another dance. At this moment, Bai Xian, who had been ignored by everyone, appeared again. She was still the lead dancer, but her gaze would occasionally glance at Fengjiu. She was also a woman, but she was as low as the mud on the ground, while that woman was as high as the clouds in the sky. Seeing so many young masters from aristocratic families fighting to be the first to curry favor with her, she couldn't help but feel a trace of envy. They were clearly the same person, so why was she so different from the rest? As time passed, the news of the bet between the young masters of these aristocratic families spread. However, because the place was in the sky, it cost 2,000 gold coins to come up. Therefore, each family only sent 1 or 2 people to see what was going on. In some of the rooms where no one had spoken, the guests sat and drank tea and wine, waiting to watch the show. In one of the rooms, behind the crystal curtain, one could vaguely see the figures of a middle-aged man and an old man sitting and chatting. Who do you think will win? The middle-aged man asked as he took a sip of wine. Do you still need to ask? The old man stroked his beard and smiled. Looking at the red figure, he said, Don't you have an idea in your heart? Hee. The middle-aged man chuckled and said, I just don't know what this girl's contracted beast will be. It definitely won't be an ordinary creature. However, these 2 people look very unfamiliar. They shouldn't be from Four Corner City, right? The old man asked, sizing up Fengjiu. Yes, I've never seen or heard of such a person before. The middle-aged man drank his wine and said with a smile, I'm really looking forward to it. It's more exciting than watching a fight. This fight is also cruel. If you don't have a life-saving jade token, you can only be swallowed alive in the end. The old man sighed and shook his white head. If there's a goal, there's a risk. There's nothing in this world that is easy to obtain. The middle-aged man said unhurriedly. As if he had thought of something, he glanced at the old man and asked, What about you? You haven't found the longevity fruit after so long? The old man revealed a bitter smile. You think it's that easy to find the fruit? I've been looking for it for 3 years, and there's no news at all. It takes 500 years to bloom and 500 years to bear fruit. Each fruit can increase one's lifespan by 100 years. This kind of thing is very precious. Even if there is one, I don't think anyone would be willing to take it out. They would all hide it and keep it for themselves in case they need it. The middle-aged man said slowly. He glanced at the old man's white hair and said, "With your old appearance, no one would know that you're 3 years younger than me." Chapter 29:43. There were countless cultivators, but not all of them had a lifespan of 1,000 years and exceptional talent. The continent they were in was called the Upper Realm, but it was only because the spiritual energy was richer and more suitable for cultivators to live in. However, it didn't mean that every cultivator here had amazing strength. It also didn't mean that divine realm experts could be seen everywhere. After all, only the venerables in the big sects had the strength of a divine realm expert. As for those venerables, which one of them was not an old monster who had cultivated for hundreds of years? Which one of them was not the ancestor of the family? Many families could not produce a single divine realm powerhouse, even if they exhausted all of their resources. It was obvious how stable the status of those sects was. He had cultivated for almost 500 years and had originally entered the fairy realm. However, because of a serious injury, his strength had regressed to the peak of the nascent soul realm. Now that his lifespan was about to end and his face was gradually aging, how could he not be anxious? However, even if he was anxious, what was the use? A lifespan fruit that took 500 years to bloom and bear fruit was difficult to find. Even if there was one, the collector would not be willing to take it out. It was precisely because he understood this point that he felt that he did not have much time left. Just as the two of them were talking, an old man and a middle-aged man from the Jiang family came in. They looked around and asked the attendant who had returned earlier, "Where is the young master? Great elder? Third uncle? Why are you here?" When Jiang Shichang saw the two people, he could not help but be shocked and hurriedly came down from above. The two of them stood with their hands behind their backs and looked at Jiang Shichang, who came in front of them. They asked in a deep voice, "You want to bet 10,000-year-old spiritual herbs and 100,000 crystal stones with a woman? And if you win, you will only win against that woman? We want to see what kind of woman you are to make you lose your sense of propriety." Being reprimanded by two elders in front of so many people, he couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed, but he didn't dare to say anything. It would be fine if it were someone else, but one of them was the Jiang clan's grand elder, and the other was his third uncle, so he didn't dare to say anything. Hearing this, Feng Jiu smiled. She leaned against the railing and looked at the three people below, saying, "Young Master Jiang said that he wanted to use me as a wager. I already reluctantly agreed. After all, it's just 10,000 years old spiritual herbs. 100,000 crystal stones is not even worth a finger of mine." Hearing this, the old man and the middle-aged man raised their heads and saw the woman in red leaning against the railing. They couldn't help but frown. Even if this woman was an outstanding beauty, he still couldn't use those things to gamble. Even if he was sure to win, there was no point in winning against such a woman. If word got out, he would become a joke. At that moment, the two of them looked at each other and then at the woman in red. The middle-aged man cupped his hands and said, "I was rude to use you as a wager. I'm sorry for offending you." Feng Jiu smiled and looked at the two of them. She saw that the old man was a cultivator at the peak of the fairy realm, and the middle-aged man was a cultivator at the middle stage of the fairy realm. The two of them obviously wanted to stop the wager, but they didn't directly say that they didn't want to bet. Instead, they apologized and said that they had offended her. It had to be said that the way these two handled things was much better than Jiang Shichang's.